welcome to the second day on how the European Universities Initiative can support the European Green Deal.
It's my pleasure to present the first annual open forum of the Torch project.
The opening of this brand new academic year and the opening ceremony.
Bon dia a totes i a tots. Moltíssimes gràcies per estar avui amb nosaltres en aquesta annual conference del Charm 8. Welcome everyone to this annual conference of the Charm EU initiative, now Charm 8 initiative. It is our greatest pleasure to welcome you all here on this event that somehow consolidates the trajectory that we have just seen in this short but very intense video that somehow proves that all these 3 years have been 3 years of success. And today we are, for the next couple of days, in a way, the capital of European universities, European knowledge, and European frontier science. Having said that, I have to thank you all for being here, to all the Charm 8 partner institutions and also the associated partner institutions. Thank you also, of course, to the European Commission for their support to this initiative and to all the European Alliance University Framework Program, because at the end of the day, we are a part of a huge program that aims to transform the European universities in the near future. Also, thanks to the local, regional, and national authorities that are committed with the project. And at the end of the day, I think that the biggest thank from our part is to the university communities, particularly to the students, as without their compromise, without their implication, none of our work will make any sense at all. And to end with a more logistical note before giving the word to our first introductory panel, 2 comments. First of all, that to all of our colleagues that are following the event telematically, they have the speaker to test option available on the Charm YouTube channel. So if they have any necessities to follow the program, they have this opportunity. And also to remind you that this is an open building, of course, as being not only a public university, but an institution in the center of the city. It's open to the citizenship, and of course that has a not so positive side of the story, which is that you may be careful with your luggages and so on within the room, because it is an open room, so just be careful. Having said that, it is my greatest pleasure to give the word to the rector of the University of Barcelona, Professor Joan Guàrdia, who will be chairing this first introductory panel. Professor Guàrdia, rector, the floor is yours.
Moltes gràcies, Ander. Molt bon dia a totes i a tots. Good morning to everyone. It's a real pleasure for us to have the opportunity again to host and Charm EU activity and for extension to receive the push of the European Alliance as a big project that define the future of the Europe in terms of the knowledge, research and universities. So for us, the European Alliance represents the most important challenge in order to build a new concept in define the pedagogic project, in define to the new ways to analyze the university, and the possibility to build a new concept in terms of European degree, in terms of master degree, in terms, obviously, in terms of PhD and research. The idea of European research area is according with this general movement in terms of collectivity, set of university and research institutions in Europe with the objective to define a new, I insist, a new way to interpret the knowledge, the research, and the university. So this challenge is very important to define how our communities are interpreting this new reality, this new concept, this new objective. So it's so different of our tradition that in Europe, the most habitual, the most usual way to work in the university are based in only way, different path, different sequences of works in science and research. So this is the moment to make a very small stop and to analyze where we are now. So it's a pleasure for us. I insist in this concept. So for the University of Barcelona, it's our challenge, it's our best option to build a new concept of research and also an academic and pedagogic project. So it's a pleasure to present our colleagues in this panel. So I apologize for my pronunciation, so some names are very difficult for the Latin people. So first of all, I want to introduce you, Olivia Rixen, is a charming student. Marzeneke Birke, approach. She's assistant professor of sustainability, governance and developing world in Utrecht. And also Julien Laurent de la Université de Montpellier. Welcome. And finally, Hugo von Michenfeld. Right. Senior sustainability advisor and is a specialist in sustainability. So I have a first question for all of you, especially for Olivia. So in a general dimension, which is your experience in relation to the European Alliance, I think that is very important to learn from our student perception. Olivia?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think as a student it's also a unique experience. Of course, it's a new program. So there are a lot of elements that are still in the working, in the making, I mean. And as a student, it's really nice that the staff and the council, everybody really listens to your ideas, your comments, the things you're struggling with. They're open to change that in the next cohorts if they seem that also could offer more benefits. Of course, as a student of the first cohort of any university or any program, that comes with some issues or struggles. But I feel that CHARM so far has done a great job with listening to the problems that students deal with. And I think CHARM and the European University is like a unique opportunity of spreading knowledge around Europe and creating one main goal and sustainable future. Yeah.
Thanks, Olivia. The rest of the panel that we have, we are not students, obviously, so it's a pity. Which is your experience in relation to this topic, Julian?
The experience has been great so far. That's really a thrilling experience, especially to be in the middle of big changes, which everything is in the making, as Olivia was saying. And this change is happening at the European level, but also inside the university, and that's what's very interesting. And we have the teams that are working in Charm are very motivated because I don't think you go in a project like that if you don't believe in what we are doing, that we are going to make a positive change. And that's what's very exciting. I've met many different people, from students to academics to staff from different countries that all have the same motivation to change the future of Europe, and that's what has been very interesting.
Pajanek?
Yeah, I fully agree. I have been working on this master's program from quite early on. So we have been working on like the program learning outcomes, module learning outcomes, and so you can really build something from scratch, which is really beautiful because I think there is a lot of shared values among everyone in all of the universities, which makes it a really sort of motivation to go for it. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of institutional complexity and it comes with some challenges, but it's beautiful that you can make something from scratch. You can build something that you believe in. So I've never experienced so much freedom and motivation and drive in any of other jobs that I've done. So that's really great, yeah.
Thanks, and work, a lot of work. Yes. Hugo?
Happy to have the easy first name.
Okay.
Yeah, our experience with master students until now is to have interns and to ask them to do projects to experience. But this is the first time we, formulated the challenge, and I'm very much impressed how useful this is also for me working in business and government, and listen also to young opinions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And okay, the European Alliance is a challenge. It's a common answer. It's a common point. So, which is the risk? Which is the limitation of the European Alliance? Julian?
Well, there are many. I mean, bringing change is always difficult. In the Alliance, I would say one of the big challenge is the fact that education is a competence of the member states. So doing something European is difficult because there are 27 different laws and 27 different ways to interpret the Bologna process. And we could experience it when building the joint master's degree. So yeah, we have to find a way, a common ground to find this community and to find what we can have in common. This diversity, I think, it's good. It's powerful. That's what makes Europe powerful. And so we are here. Our challenge is to find this common ground to work together.
Mm-hmm. Hugo?
I think indeed competition is everywhere, but if one continent in the world is practicing in cooperation, it's SDG 17. I wear the pin, and I saw it in the beginning as well. And it's a cooperation. The continent is too small to have competition with regard to knowledge and universities. But let's keep that in mind. Indeed, if we start competing, it's a waste of money.
Mm-hmm. Marjanik?
In terms of risks?
Yes.
I think
Or limitation?
one of the risks is, one of the challenges, I suppose, is that we are building a European university. So we are not yet a legal entity, but going there is quite a challenge in terms of you need to walk the path, you need to identify who's responsible for what. So there's a lot of different things that we are very extremely ambitious, and often I feel like, oh, are we getting there? Do we manage? And we always manage, so that's wonderful. But you still need to be aware of like who is responsible for what and where there. So it needs to sort of fall into place, all of it, still, because we're walking that path toward a legal entity and dealing with all the institutional complexities of 5 universities now, then transitioning into 8. And of course, also within the universities, you have different faculties, departments. So to manage that is quite a challenge, but so far so good. And I do believe we are getting there and slowly also to sort of finding all the different pieces. But it's part of the process also of building something new, like finding the places and the building blocks and the people together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's interesting, this idea of fragility. Yes. Olivia?
Yeah, I think the main challenge for most students will probably be learning a new way to think and learning a new way to educate and to learn. At least for me, in my bachelor and also high school, primary school, they were very strict, very one-way learning, which is a teacher learning you everything and then you learn how to make the questions in a correct way. And I feel that Charm really challenged you to think about things in a different way, make assignments in a different way, and also help create the education program. Like, what do the students want to see? What do we want to include? What is deemed not as important, or what do we want to be stressed? So I think it's a new way of education, and I really like it, but to be honest, the first phase, it was very much getting used to, because I'm very used to strict rules and this is how you're supposed to go about to get a certain grade. And in Charm, you don't even get grades. So that shift already was very challenging, but very interesting as well.
Okay, thanks. We agree that the European Alliance is a challenge and also have some risks detected in the last 2-3 years. But the question is, what do you need to guarantee the future of the European Alliance, which is our necessities to ensure the future? Martinique?
The first thing that jumps to mind is rewards recognition. So really making sure that people and researchers and others in the universities and outside are rewarded and recognized for not just their research and impact factor, but for all kinds of activities, including education, societal impact. And I think, especially for me, societal impact is what really matters, that universities are there for society and not just to produce science impact factors, but really sort of working together and opening up the universities. Open science is part of it, of course. But in order to get there, of course, you need to start with motivation, and that's what we already have in CharmU and elsewhere. I see it everywhere. But to enable that further, there is, I think, also institutionally and financially, there's like need to recognize that as well, to get there and to fully integrate that in all the universities.
Olivia?
I think I agree. Open communication. And also, talking from a student perspective, empathy, because I know that a lot of the times students and staff might not align, especially in the grading or how things work. But yeah, being open to discourse and discussing different viewpoints and actually working further with that in the coming years, I think that could be of great value. Yeah.
Hugo?
You invited me here as a stakeholder. I must admit, I also see science or students also as my stakeholder. And I hope with this program it's more structured. Otherwise you think, oh, I've forgotten about students, I've forgotten about science. And gradually you see it with the European Commission, with the Green Deal. The same should go for business and government in the countries that they see. We can't do this without this beautiful cathedral of Charm EU.
Julian?
For the future, we will need continuous support from EU and member states as well, to make this change happen. As I was saying, at some point we will need to have the ministries that agree to go to have the different system converge, and this means also sustainable funding. Working with, so we are lucky that we had all this support from the EU and also from some ministries that supported this initiative, but it's project-based, which means it's not always easy to see in the future. Now we have four years ahead, but real stable and sustainable funding in the long run would be wonderful to be able to work together in the future. And something else that I find also very important would be to have more cooperation between the alliances. Now there are so many alliances with different visions, different experiments, and we don't have so many occasions to share. Well, I saw so many of them that are in the program of these days, which is great. But for example, myself, I didn't have the chance to go to so many conferences of other alliances. And there are some things happening in the European level and nationally as well. But I think we would need to do even more and have also support from the EU to enhance this cooperation within alliances.
Okay, and go to finish our panel. And the European Alliance is a challenge. We have detected some risk. We have the list of things that we need to ensure the future of the alliance, and the last 30 seconds. If you need to explain to others which is the best option, which is the best concept, the best topic connected with the European Alliance, which is this topic for you? In 30 seconds. Gillian?
I like the European motto, unity in diversity, and I think that's what we are doing at our level, at the higher education and research level. So, yeah, this is what we are trying to find: unity in diversity.
20 seconds, perfect. Hugo?
I hope that you have better knowledge than the ones I mentioned now, the business and government, to prove to us the interlinkages between people, planet, profit, anti-corruption, etc. This is the most difficult thing to do, to combine them all, to interconnect them.
Marjanek?
Well, I agree with everything that's been said, and I would say, well, I guess it's open science, but then also the unity in diversity, I really like that, and the fact that universities should then reflect the diversity of society and work together with society to really enable that societal impact, and not just science for science, but science for and education for impact.
Thanks. Finally, Olivia.
I think for students it's probably opportunity. Not only opportunity to learn in a different way, but also to move to a different city, learn new people from new cultures. Yeah, it just offers a great opportunity.
Thanks, Hugo. Thanks, Olivia. Thanks, Marjanek. Thanks, Julian. And I tried to summarize the several ideas. So for us, we are absolutely convinced, we are involved absolutely with a simple idea. So the future in the universities in Europe have a name, European Alliance. I'm absolutely convinced of this idea. So thank you very much, all of you. Thank you for your contribution. And thanks to you to be part of this open ceremony, and enjoy the journey, enjoy the town if you have time, and also enjoy my university, yours university. Thank you very much. Ander?
Well, Thank you very much to all the panelists of this great introductory session, and thank you, Rector Guardia, for this amazing hosting. Now we will proceed with a second introductory session, so to say, and we will bring the word to the European Union and national representatives, because as we were saying before, the Charm-EU Alliance, it is a leading alliance, but it is a leading alliance within a wider framework program. So I think it's good that now we focused for a while on the idea of transformation of the European education area under the European universities framework. And for that, we have with us, telematically but very close for sure, Vanessa de Villa-Santon, Head of Unit Higher Education at the European Commission. I think that she will connect online. So, good morning, Ms. de Villa-Santon. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone, rectors, vice-rectors, academics, researchers, and of course, students. Dear Marcus Gonzalez-Belfus, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to be here to celebrate the achievements of the Charm-EU European University to mark the milestone of your first 3-year piloting phase, where you have achieved important developments in terms of innovative teaching and learning models, and more concretely, the launch of your first joint European master's degree. Now I want to congratulate you for your successful application to the next phase of 4 years, which is the deployment phase, with up to 14 million euros from the Erasmus Plus program. So when we mean deployment to more faculties, more departments, more services across your higher education institutions, so that a majority of your students and staff can benefit from the new perspectives that Charm-EU brings to each of your universities. Tomorrow we'll have a big event to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the Erasmus Plus program, and this reminds me that 5 years ago we celebrated the 30th anniversary in Gothenburg, where heads of states and heads of governments discussed the creation of European universities like Charm-EU, so that not only 5%, but at least 50% of your student body could experience the added value of being European, of being part of a European education area, with the possibility to start studies in one country, finishing them in another one, and get a European degree out of it, automatically recognized within the EU. So the objective set by our political leaders is that a majority of your students can learn to cooperate across borders with students from the East, North, West, and South, and across disciplines too, to be able to tackle the challenges that Europe and the world are facing and that have no borders when it comes to climate change, one of the biggest challenges of our time, as well as sustainable development. So we expect your students to have the opportunity to be actors of change during their studies by working on real and concrete challenges with companies, cities, regions, and of course, researchers and peers from different countries and disciplines, bringing down the silos between education, research, and innovation. We expect students to be equipped with all the green, digital, and entrepreneurial competencies and skills that they will need to thrive in their future personal and professional lives. For this, we absolutely need a future where academic excellence and innovation are linked to social responsibility and commitment, and where academic and non-academic partners come together to solve real-world problems, to reach societal impact, as Marianne just said before. So this is what we presented in the European Strategy for Universities earlier this year. And we see the European Universities Alliances, now the 44 European Universities Alliances, soon to become 60 alliances by mid-2024. We see them as pioneers for implementing this European strategy for universities and for inspiring the entire higher education community. This will require, in your deployment phase, to mainstream all the innovative activities that you have piloted in the last 3 years so that more students, academics and faculties can benefit from the new, innovative and interdisciplinary learning and research practices that you are developing. To move towards seamless and new forms of mobility for a majority of students and staff, be it physical, virtual or blended, and having mobility fully embedded across all your curricula. We are looking forward to see the development of interdisciplinary and transnational programs and activities across your universities, striving towards a joint European degree, possibly helped with the support of legal status, as you mentioned in the panel before. And this includes embedding challenge-based approaches in your curricula, involving your innovation ecosystem, allowing your students to be actors of change, including when it comes to sustainable development, and the setup of a vibrant, multicultural, inclusive and multilingual inter-university campus. For these European universities and CharmEU can only succeed if you implement real transformation at the institutional level and if you manage to embark all your staff and students in this great adventure. And I was very pleased to see the enthusiasm in the voice and in the eyes of Julien, Yannick, and of course the rector of Barcelona University. For that, you will need the support of each and every service in your universities for this transformation, starting from rectors, vice-rectors, deans, but also all your academics and, of course, students and your innovation ecosystem. And the best way to achieve this is to have the overall strategy of each of your higher education institutions fully aligned with the strategy of CharmEU, so that all activities, be it on education, research, or innovation of each of your partner university, contribute to the success of CharmEU. And we are sure, we are convinced that this will bring new perspectives, strength, and energy to CharmEU to achieve a structural, systemic, and sustainable impact on higher education in Europe. You are, and you will continue facing challenges because of the diversity that Julia mentioned before, and we are here to support you. On the 5th of April this year, the Council endorsed the higher education package proposed by the Commission through the adoption of Council conclusions on the European strategy for universities, but also a very important Council recommendation on building bridges for effective European higher education cooperation. It's a long name, but there are very important recommendations there to offer a range of measures supporting your European universities to overcome the main legal and administrative challenges of implementing joint educational programs and activities. And we are following up closely their implementation with the member states. It's very encouraging to see that results are coming. There are at least 5 member states, including Spain, that have already adopted or are in the process of adapting their national laws. For example, when it comes to moving from a program to an institutional-based external quality assurance approach to facilitate the accreditation of joint degrees, giving more flexibility to higher education institutions across Europe involved in transnational alliances to develop joint programs and joint activities in defining the number of CTS or tuition fees or proportion of language and digital learning. So, as any pioneer, you are paving the way with all your efforts for a more competitive and attractive European education area on a worldwide scene. And only together, with pooled resources and focused efforts, can we light the way ahead. So we are very proud of what you have achieved so far for your communities, for your regions, and for Europe. And now is the time to press ahead, united, as you recalled all of us a moment ago, united to shape a better future for all of us, for Europe, but also beyond Europe. So for all of this, thank you for your commitment and efforts, and we are looking forward to our continued cooperation throughout the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Devia Sancton, for this great framing of what's the European Alliance, which are the main challenges, social impact, social responsibility, transformation within, with, and from universities. Well, I think that we have plenty of homeworks to move forward, so thank you very much once again. And now it's my greatest pleasure to also introduce Mr. Marcus González Beilfus, Professor Marcus González Beilfus, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Universities. It is a great pleasure because Marcus, apart from being the Undersecretary at the Ministry of Universities, he's also a professor here at the University of Barcelona, and he was the former Vice Rector of International Policies. So I think that no one better than him to provide us some insights now. Marcus, quan vulguis, tens la paraula. Moltes gràcies.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies. Thank you all, thank you Ander, thank you Juan. And first of all, I would say congratulations for hosting this annual meeting of Charm EU. First, because it means that there's a third meeting, so the idea of sustainability of the alliance is very clear. Also, you have already enlarged the alliance, now it's Charm 8, so also congratulations for this. This was a very exciting moment for you. And also congratulations for the topic of the annual conference, because I think everything moves very, very fast. The project is very, very ambitious, and so I think we all need time to stop a little bit and to think about what we have achieved, what is beyond us, and which are the multiple level effects of these alliances. So I think your decision of having this topic for this annual conference is really a very wise decision. Having said this, I think that the multiple level effect is something that is obvious, but not only within the universities, not only within the entities that are in the alliances, but also for member states and for European institutions. We see that the impact of this bottom-up initiative is so great that and so important that this is a real challenge for all of us. And I'm going just to focus, because now I'm the Secretary of the Ministry of Universities, I'm going to focus on some of the challenges for member states, and that they were, some of them already mentioned, but I would like to insist on some aspects. The first big challenge in this, Julian mentioned it before, is in legal terms. Our distribution of competences between the European Union and member states is focused on national institutions. So all member states need to change the rules, need to change their minds, need to change their interpretation of the rules in order to make these alliances possible, in order to support these alliances. And this is always a very big change. And I think that there we need, of course, internal jobs, but also dialogue between member states, which I also agree, it was mentioned before, that is lacking. No? So I always invite all alliances to invite us, member states, just to discuss and to share our own experiences, because we need to make these very important changes. But another challenge is also not only in legal terms, but also in the concept of policies, university policies, you know, and how to combine this very important initiatives, this innovative, this really challenging initiative with other cooperation mechanisms with other universities that are within our systems. So here we have also challenge in terms of our policies. And a third big challenge, I think, is the need of more dialogue between, I mentioned already, between member states, but also with the European Commission and with universities. This initiative is so important that there's a need, and this is a big challenge, of more dialogue with the alliances, with universities, and also within our governments, because all governments need to understand what is the impact of this process. So these are some of the challenges that member states have. You know, looking back, and in terms of the Spanish government, I think we have some achievements. We can list some aspects. No? The changes in the law in order to the recognition of the Master of Sustainable Development of Charm, for example, is one example. The idea of having national funding for the universities that participate in this initiative is also another achievement. And the idea of having also a working group between the ministry and the universities that participate in these alliances, also an achievement that I think are very good practices that I wanted to share. But of course, if we look forward, we need a lot to do. And in terms of legal changes, I think we just started with the legal changes, but we need, and Vanessa mentioned also some aspects, more changes in the near future. We need also to improve, I think, the policy coherence between the support to these alliances and other aspects, or from them, for example, the research policy at the university level. We need, this was also mentioned looking forward, a more sustainable funding. In our case, the success of the Spanish universities has made that our funding has decreased in the last in this year. So we need to have more money and to have this idea of sustainable funding. And we need, I think, also to disseminate this experience. I think that the alliances are still something that is not well known, not only in national societies, but also at European level. I think this initiative needs to go out and to be disseminated in the whole European society. And in this aspect, I want just to share with you that, as you know, Spain will have the presidency of the European Council in the second semester of 2023, so starting in July 23. And what we plan is to have the second forum of university alliances and to host this forum in Barcelona. That is a city that is really involved. All public universities are part of one university alliance, European alliance. So we would like to host the second forum after Versailles in Barcelona in September, and with the idea of having, of course, a plenary session that could be dedicated to this idea of disseminating this initiative this so important initiative to the European society, not only governments, but also third sectors, employers, local authorities also. So this idea of dissemination is a key aspect of the plenary session. And then to have, of course, different sessions more focused on very concrete topics that are of interest of the alliances in the universities. And here, what we will do is to invite all alliances also to propose these topics, because I think some of them are very clear. For example, the pilots regarding the legal entity, regarding the label, but others are, of course, open. And I think this bottom-up initiative should also be present in this second forum. So we will invite all the alliances to propose these topics, and also students to propose some topics to be discussed within this second forum. No? I think, of course, this is something that we will work in the next months, but therefore I think also this annual conference and annual meeting is very important for us, and as a minister will also be present in the 2 days, because this idea of to listen to what is going on, which are the perspective of the universities, is vital for all our policies. So I want just to end with this idea that we need to work close together. We need to listen to which are the problems and to cooperate, because as I mentioned before, this initiative is also a challenge for all of us, for universities, for the alliances, but also for national governments and also for European institutions. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marcus, Professor González Belfus, for this great presentation and for this call for cooperation as the only mean to overcome challenges that we have in common. So thank you very much, Marcus. And actually, we will now follow with the first plenary panel, where we will actually address some of those challenges in the panel called European University from Scratch, Implementation, Process, Commitments, and Cross-Sectoral Reforms. All big words, all words that somehow refer to issues that are very complex, but that luckily we have the best team working on them, and they have managed to overcome them. So for that, I first welcome Meritxell Chavez, the Charm EU Alliance Manager, who will be providing a presentation regarding the outcomes from this first Charm EU phase. So Meritxell, when you want, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. How to summarize 4 years in 15 minutes? I think it's a challenge, but in Charm everything is a challenge. I will summarize the journey of Charm until now, and then I will give the floor to the directors so they can give you the insight. I'm not just to read when I present, but I'm going to break my rules and just not to forget anything. This is a timeline of what we did. Very difficult to put in one slide. There are more milestones at that, but I have selected some. You remember that this was an idea of Macron in 2017. The rectors of Charm wanted to go for it, as others. And I want to emphasize this because their strong commitment is very important for the results we have. So they were impressed or very tempted by the idea of innovation. This was the sharing idea. And then the call was published in 2018, and we have no clue of what was expected, if you remember that. Okay, now we know more about that. Okay, so this started with a round trip that I did at the end of 2018. In 1 week, I went through all the universities, and we start working in January with a team of 15, 20 people. Remember that we put in place the mission and vision here in Barcelona, and in 3 meetings we designed what we were going to do. So, build everything from the scratch. So, the only way to innovate, not to reuse what we were doing, but building everything from the scratch, the governance, the first thing, because we wanted to make everything for the purpose. So, which model we need for achieving these objectives, the curriculum design, the teaching and learning strategies, the mobility scheme, the inclusion plan, and combine everything in a proof of concept that is the master. The master is not the thing that Charm does, but how we try to build the basements to be able to scale after that, refining and transferring also our learnings. So just to remember you, when the call was out, there were 300 people in Brussels, 600 online. So this was very attractive for the higher education sector. And, and the Commission made a very incredible thing. He started saying that they will fund 6 alliances, and then they double it before the end of the call. And at the end, we were 17 the first year. So now we are 44 alliances with more than 300 institutions. The aim in 2024 is arrive to 50. So big deal. And as Vanessa said, this is a very top priority in the European Council meetings. We were we started working even before being selected. We present our first project together about sustainability in campus in, I think it was January or something, 2019. And we start working with teaching and learning in Utrecht in June, with the seat of the teams in September 2019 in Budapest, and in Montpellier we did the first study analysis with the students. That was amazing, I think. But then, at that moment, in the kickoff meeting in November 2019, we were 20 people. And we were lucky to have the first meeting of the teams in Dublin in February, the first meeting and the last one, because COVID just, it was starting when we were there. Before that, we did something that was criticized by other alliances because we bring together the quality agencies to co-create the process of accreditation, and they say, why? But if all of us do the same, and we said, we need to do that, we have no time. We were really under pressure, because if we didn't have the master, we didn't have the proof of concept, so we had nothing. So we were rushing at that moment. So we had grown, as you see, to 60 people, and then the pandemic arrived. We were luckier than other alliances, because others never met before, but also because COVID helped us to intensify our relation, and this has proved to be a great benefit. Between March and June, we had the best practice report for starting with the governance, and we were aiming other universities, the EIT organization, One World Alliance of Planes also, to look outside the sector, but you can imagine, in March, non-interview was possible. And this delayed the governance model, another success, because at the end we create a model based on our experience and not in a theoretical way, but built upon what was working in our organization. Then we started the first super hectic period, one of many that came later, that was trying to design the master, okay? We put a lot of pressure in the academic staff that was working in an intercultural, transdisciplinary, online environment, okay? So this was very challenging, and they did a great job. Then we started the nightmare of accreditation because it's a line. You see that it's like a straight line, but in reality it's a chain of mountains, what we passed these 3 years. The accreditation process, we go for the external evaluation in November, December, and we got the accreditation in the 5 countries by around March, okay? It was a miracle. If you look backwards, it was a miracle. We were the first, as you know, and this case was used by 2 governments to make a more flexible legislation, Spain and Hungary. So I think this was a big achievement. But the new hectic period came at that moment, because we learned by heart that one thing is designing, another is implementing, okay? And even we discovered things about Bologna at that moment with the accreditation done, okay? But this is, I think, one of the big milestones. We had the students here in September. It was a very special moment for all of us. So seeing that we have built something and the people was here, and you have seen proof with Olivia. And then we ran the master. We are in the 2nd edition now. But also we developed this governance model integrating all the pieces. We mainstream inclusivity, not only in a plan, but mainstream it to all the organization. The mobility is fully integrated in the curriculum, but it has been also important for the staff that has moved also in the program, and also for the professionals. Further than in charm, I mean, we have been moving people that is not directly involved in charm to see the other colleagues in our 5 universities. So at the end, as you see, we are now more than 200 people. That is, you can say it easily, but I think Marianne also talked about this. We are growing, and we need to manage this. And looking forward, we are proud to embrace the 3 new partners: OO Academy, the University of Würzburg, and Hochschule West. So we are going to grow more. And I think also during this period, what I think we are proud is that we have built a real organization that embraces the values of charm, and we are working as a very good team. And if you ask me if European universities can make a change, I would say that charm has done some, but plan to do much more in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary-Chale, for this amazing summary of a really complex process. And I also take the opportunity to thank you for all the work over these 3 years and the ones that for sure are coming. And now it's my pleasure to invite to the table to Núria Casamitjana, the Rector's Commissioner for Charm EU at the University of Barcelona, to Padraig Carmody, Director of Charm EU at Trinity College, Dublin, to Jan Arhus, Project Manager and Leader of Charm EU's Teaching and Learning Group at the Utrecht University, to Ferenc Taco, Head of the Charm EU Office at the Eötvös Loránd University, and also to Gilles Subra, Charm EU Manager at the University of Montpellier. And I invite these great members of the Charm EU Alliance for a conversation on the topic of building a new European university from scratch, following Mary Chale's great depiction of the last 3 years. Now I would like the panelists to start with a 3-minute speech, which talking with academic colleagues, I know it's not easy, in order to highlight the most challenging moments during this first period and looking forward to the future, how they work to overcome these challenges, how you have worked to overcome these challenges. If you agree, I will start with Nuria and then we can follow.
Thank you, Ander, and thank you all for being here. This is a great pleasure for all of us to have all of you here and also the people that has joined online. Mary Chale also already mentioned some of the big challenges. The pandemic, to develop all the project in the pandemic has been a big challenge. The accreditation of the master, so many. But from the point of view of representative of the University of Barcelona, I would like to highlight 2 main challenges. This is, Charm EU has been a project about working together, working 5 universities from 5 different countries with academic staff and administrative staff of used to very different structures, systems, rules, processes, and putting all together and working all together has been a real challenge. So how we have managed to work together, having so different backgrounds, so different cultures, ways of working, and even, as I was saying, procedure, rules, but I think that we had been quite successful so far. And the other big challenge would be how to engage people. I think that the current universities have very rigid structures and systems to allow both the academic staff and non-academic staff to work in new, innovative initiatives. And there are not enough incentives and there is no enough flexibility to allow this to happen. And I think that this is one of the changes that we need to happen, not only at institutional level, but also at national and European level. But I think that this has been an amazing learning journey. As one old friend of mine always reminds me when talking about working together and learning together, I think that mutual learning and a change of experience will lead us to change. And this is what about Charm EU is, as Mary Chale already mentioned. This is how do we change our universities to be able to build the universities of the future. So I will stop here. I don't know if I reach the 3 minutes.
You have been pretty straight. Thank you very much, Nuria. So now, Padraig, you have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you. So I suppose when we were asked to think about this question, I was trying to reflect back on the last couple of years and thinking about what our way of working and how it developed. And I was thinking about the different types of challenges, and I kind of grouped them into 4 or 5 groups. So I think there are technical challenges. That is things like integrating our IT systems, for example, or national legislation that doesn't accord with what we're trying to do. Okay, so there's those kind of technical details that need to be overcome. Then there's a second set, which is operational and organizational. That's how we structure ourselves, our culture, how we interrelate on our processes and procedures, as Nuria was talking about. There's temporal challenges. That is that because it's a large, interdisciplinary, multi-institutional, transnational project, That means that we're under time pressure to do a whole variety of different things at the same time. And we experience these kind of crunch points where we have proposals or accreditation processes at the same time as we have to keep other things moving along as well. And then a fifth set of challenges, I think, is the strategic. So in a way, charm to me is kind of like a bike. If it doesn't keep moving forward, you kind of fall off. And so in the context of that kind of institutional complexity, that's another challenge. How do you carve out the space to think strategically about where you need to be in the next couple of years, where you need to go, where the European University Alliances need to go in order to achieve their mission and objective? And there are interactions and feedback loops between these 5 different sets of challenges as well, but I won't, maybe in the interest of time, go into those. But I think the solution that we have built through a kind of participatory process, and a lot of it is down to Marichelle and her style of organisation and management, is really to have a kind of discursive form of governance, I call it. So this involves a lot of meetings, a lot of talking through, but having a very open kind of participatory approach where different viewpoints are heard, listened to, consensus is reached and then actioned. And that's really been essential in this kind of intercultural, interinstitutional, transnational project. I don't see any other kind of mode of operation or governance beyond that. And we've achieved what we have, I think, as a result of coming to those kinds of common understandings and agreements. And I think that will serve us well into the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carmody. Jan Arius, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Looking back, when we started with this journey of CharmU, I remember the first meetings very well, because the first questions we asked was, if you are able to build a new university, what do you want? Build something new or share existing education from the existing universities? And we very quickly decided to go for something new. Build a real new didactic concept, because this is the first, actually it's the only opportunity if you can build a new university to build something new. Because it's very difficult within our long-lasting universities to get change done. So that's what we did. We wrote a quite ambitious project, which was difficult because we had only 2 months to write down the project and the proposal. I know that Jake is nodding because he was there as well. And actually too ambitious because we wanted to build a new concept, but not only a new concept, we also wanted to pilot that. And we wanted to really pilot this with a master which was accredited. So there were some hurdles and barriers. And then we need, after accreditation and starting up the admission, we need students. So I really thank the students to take that risk, participating in a new university, a new master program, which did not exist before. Then we had to work and realize our deliverables, which was not easy, but I think that we were really lucky. We were lucky with this alliance. We were lucky with the rectors who committed to build something new. We were lucky with the vice rectors who supported that. We were lucky with all the people involved, from the different work packages, academics who came along. So it is a great community that we built, and there is a lot of trust amongst all of the participants. We trust each other, and that's maybe the most important part, that if there were some troubles within university from the alliance, the others support and help out. And that's how we achieved the deliverables, who were actually too ambitious, but we did it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Arius. And actually, I will make a small comment as a political scientist. It's true that actually, in order to manage to build cooperative dynamics, trust is the main factor to achieve. So I think that your intervention went straight to the point. So now, Ferenc Teco, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So when I received the request of talking about the challenges, the first idea that came to my mind was that I would share with you a personal experience, but that will bring me to a community experience as well. So when CharmEU started, I was head of Director's Cabinet International Strategy Office at our university, and we decided, and it was not a question that the management of CharmEU would belong there, because that is the unit administering international cooperations, and that had the network throughout the whole university to all the units that would be involved in the work of CharmEU. But after a while, as CharmEU grew and grew, I started feeling a bit stressed, because it seemed that it won't be possible to keep it within that unit, because it is just larger, and it just kept growing and growing, and I was afraid, but then if it becomes a separate entity, how will it have this network throughout all the university? Because then it will lose this interconnectedness of units that was centered around the International Strategy Office. And then with Professor Vice Rector Homor, we developed the plan for creating the CharmEU office in the Rector's Cabinet that started in June 21, and it turned out, also to my great surprise but relief as well, that by that time CharmEU in itself already had the network within the university that was required for its operation. And this brings me to the second point, to the greatest achievement in my eyes, also within ELTA, but also within this whole CharmEU family, and that is the interconnectedness of the most diverse units, departments, institutes, faculties, and support units of the institutions, and the fact that we could bring together people not only between the universities, but also internally, also within our institutions, who would have never in their professional careers met if not with this opportunity provided by CharmEU. So this is what I would say I'm the most proud of, to having been a part of this co-creation of this community. That is the foundation of CharmEU, and I would like to thank all the colleagues that we could participate in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Taco. I have to say it's a joy to listen you so committed and so proud of the trajectory that we have had so far. The last but not least, Mr. Soufara, s'il vous plaît, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup. It's a really pleasure also to be there, to see so many people being there to hear the story of Charm, which is a story of challenge, and hopefully so far a story of overcome challenge. At the first time I have to confess, because we are between friends, I can say that to you, that I was not convinced at all about the fact that in my mind we raise the bar far too high. Because building, as it was already said, something from scratch, not relying on any existing program, was for me crazy. But I was fully wrong, and I have to confess that, because it was a very good idea, because it helped us to overcome some challenges indeed. Because it obliged us to work together, think out of the box, not coming together with existing ideas, and as it was mentioned by the colleagues, trying to build something really new. And it also helped to overcome internal challenges, because when you come to your university, to a faculty with another N+1 novel European program, there is a lot of people who said, oh, okay, I already did that, you are a competitor. They cannot say that, because it was so crazy, nobody believed we even succeed. So one way to overcome such a challenges internally was to build something which was outside the box. But in the same time, we have to, and it was said by Mary-Chelle, we have to cross, and also by Podrick, we have to cross legal barriers. And I think the key of the success was to associate not only the accreditation agency, but also all the ministry from the start. So they were informed day by day, week by week to our progress. And they say, okay, go on, that's perfect. And because I think they do not believe we are going to do that. And only at the end, just 1 month before the accreditation, they realized that it would imply a lot of things, and we try to overcome that. So maybe the one key of the success was to associate all the partners all together. And about the internal challenges we have to face, I fully agree with what was said by Ferenc. CHARM was a fantastic opportunity to break the silos in between the faculties, because as it was a fully interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary teaching, there is no way to put that in the Faculty of Science or in the Faculty of Medicine, whatever. It was considered as a university program, so very federative one. It was challenging, but what helped us is that it was not kept by a single faculty within the university, and it was shared among the people. And maybe the secret was to align, to be clever enough to align what we've done in CHARM with existing program in the university, trying to find as much as possible the synergies, and to present CHARM as a kind of multiplicator of enhancement of possibility, rather than an additional burden to the colleagues, to the researcher, and to the people. So doing that, we succeed in bringing, even if it's not so easy, bringing people together, because they see the benefit for their own program, transforming their own either education or research, and enlarging their opportunity. So I hope that in the next movement we are going to start now, we will have the opportunity to bring in the boat much more students, colleagues, people from outside the university as well.
Thank you very much to the 5 of you for this great summary of the main challenges that you have identified over the last 3 years and the ways that you have overcome them. Now I will provide you another challenge, because at the end of the day, the bad news of the great success that we have had over the last 3 years is that they have provided us the opportunity to continue, so the challenges now will be even higher. Jokes aside, then I would like to ask the 5th of you, and please take the word whoever you may prefer, which will be, on your view and based on this experience over the last 3 years, the main priorities that this new project, this follow-up project of the CHARM 8 will have to face in terms of internal institutional arrangements, in terms of cooperation. I mean, from your peer learning process over the last 2 years, what will you recommend for the near future? Which are the main priorities? Nuria?
Well, there are many, I think, more than we had before. But I will comment on 2 things. One, the first 3 years have been, in fact, a proof of concept, a pilot, and we decided to do it through a master. The master was what we drove us working together. But it's like learning to drive, and now we have to go to the main road, to the motorway, and we have to drive there, or at individual level, but also at institutional level, or that we have been learning to play in an orchestra, but now we have to give concerts every day, and we have to be successful. So I think that this is a big challenge for every one of us and for our institutions, because now this is serious. And we have to deliver, we have to attract students, we have to develop research, we have to do many things. It's not only a master. For this reason, I think that we have a big challenge in front of us. Another big challenge for me is that we, and it was mentioned here, we had an amazing group of people supporting CHARM at institutional level, people that had been working every day more hours than it was expected to put everything in place. And I will not say names, but many of today here with us all together. But this is about keeping these people engaged with ambition, with illusion, with commitment, and involving many others. This now is an institutional project, it's a national project, so it's a European project, and all our communities at the different levels have to be engaged. And for me, this is one of the greatest challenges. Have we managed at the different levels to engage everyone with these CHARM values of transdisciplinarity, student-centered, bringing in students, stakeholders, and all the communities that are working with us to deliver what we have to deliver, education, research, innovation, and service to the society.
Great, thank you very much, Nuria. Moving from the proof concept to a consolidated reality, huge challenge, and keeping the communities within all the institutions engaged and even more engaged than they have been so far. I don't know, Mr. Carmody, whether you...
So I think maybe the main challenge I see is how we're going to embed, create, and align incentive structures across scales. So I think if we're thinking about getting people involved, firing them up with enthusiasm, keeping them involved, and delivering outputs, which is what we need to be doing, then there are different scales at which we need to work. So there's kind of European, national, institutional, and personal. And again, there are interactions between those, but the main constraints that I see in terms of designing an effective incentive structure is resources, the mechanisms, as was mentioned previously, for peer recognition, and then mainstreaming into people's workloads as well. So I think that's our biggest challenge. So we've worked a lot on our own internal governance. In the forthcoming project, we have a work package about external stakeholder engagement, and it'll be about trying to take some of those learnings from the different work packages, bring them together into a coherent strategy to design an effective incentive structure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carmody. Internal incentives and structural strategies, great challenges indeed. Mr. Arhus, I don't know whether you would like to add something on those points.
Yeah, most challenging I foresee in the future is that we see CHARM-U as a testbed university, where we develop new things, and how we can transfer that to our home universities, that we can learn from it and that we can implement it within our home university. So getting change done, and change is not easy. And then we will expand our community. We will have new partners. It is very important to work on the onboarding of the broader community, get them known about CHARM, about our concept, what are we aiming for, how it's working, and professional development and support is really a very important part, because you need to support academics. A lot of academics want to change, but they don't know exactly how, and they have a lack of time, so you need to support them. And then it comes to actually what Paulek also mentioned about funding, because yes, we have project funding. For the coming years we will have money, but what's after that period? So in the coming 4 years we also need to work on structural funding, together with the European Committee, together with the national governments, maybe also together with external stakeholders. But we need to find a way how we can fund this development for the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harius. Actually, considering that one of the main focuses of the CHARM project is sustainability, the project sustainability itself, it's one of the main challenges indeed. I don't know, Mr. Taco, whether you would like to delve deeper in that.
Thank you very much. If I'm allowed to take a metaphor from mathematics, when we started using CHARM 8 as a name and the infinity symbol for the new project, I remembered our mathematics classes at secondary school, and my favorite topic was infinity, and especially the fact that if you multiply them by 2, 3, whatever, they are the same size, but if you multiply them with themselves, so you say infinity by infinity, that is a larger infinity. And I think this is what we see in CHARM, that we have an infinity within the universities, an infinity of ways to disseminate what we have created, and the challenge is, of course, finding the ways how it is the best for those working at our institutions and are in need of support, and for us to be able to manage, because there is a limited amount of ways we can manage at the same time, but as time goes on, we will be able to do more and more. And there is another infinity of ways to expand towards the higher education sphere around CHARM EU, on the one hand for the benefit of CHARM, on the other hand for the benefit of what we call the European higher education area, and we should harmonize the methods we are using with those used by other alliances. So we are not allowed to be very selfish in our operation, because very soon, and we discussed this a lot, for example, in terms of IT, because IT is a field where it is very obvious that 50 alliances by 24 doing 50 different ways is not sustainable. So we must be very disciplined when choosing between diverse methods, and be strong enough to go with the majority in some cases, and to convince the majority in other cases that our method is good enough to be implemented by others. So finding these balances is the challenge of that infinity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taco. Actually, now we will move for the infinity of infinities that the alliances within Europe, European University or higher education area involve. But before that, Mr. Soufra, whether you have any additional point regarding these future challenges of the new alliance?
Thank you very much. If I have to define two priorities, all start from the fact that it's no more a project. CHARM is no more a project, it's actually an alliance. So we cannot consider that as a project. And in that sense, I may define two very concrete priorities for me. The first one is to embed CHARM as much as we can in all our offices, services within the university. The people that are working for CHARM should be the same that are working for the university, and the goals, the means, the tools should be as much as possible aligned and shared and be the same, ultimately. It's a way also to be sustainable, because at the end, if the funding stops or if the project stops, it should stay something from the huge work we did. And to do that, I think we have to be sure that in all within our faculties, university, CHARM is not something aside, it's something inside. It's a way to spare resources as well. And the second priority as well is that if you think about all the projects we did in life, inside the university or maybe outside, what makes a project successful or not is the fact that it stays long, and you remember that, and everything can be summarized to a story, a human story between people. So I strongly believe that nothing will stay if we cannot multiply the direct contact between researcher, colleagues, and students, staff. And I think that we have to do our best to multiply the occasion, to gather the people, and those people should be able to define altogether their priorities. That can change depending on their faculties, on their opinions, on their position within the university. But we don't have to have a top-down charmification, but in my opinion, we have to collect the idea of people, welcoming new people, hearing what they need, and trying to be at their service. And that can be done through the offices we are going to set up. So, in my opinion, the main transformation for CHARM in the upcoming years is to be a very solid basement on which the people, the student, and as much as possible can rely on to build all together new things.
Thank you very much. Actually, I will go to what Taco was mentioning before, so I will give you the floor, because we have talked very much about the internal challenges of building both within each of our institutions and also within the consortium of this alliance. But there is the other thing that Mr. Taco was mentioning, which is the fact that there are other alliances, and that the interaction between these other alliances and us will be also a fundamental element for building this European higher education area. So I was wondering, in that regard, which will be, on your view, the main challenges, priorities, and main elements to address?
Well, thank you very much for the question. I think first it is very important to mention that there are alliances of alliances, so groups that are formed from. On the one hand, there are the first round alliances and second round alliances, so alliances that gain support in 2019 and the others in 2020. But there are also thematic groups of alliances focusing on the questions of governance, legal entity. There is also a group formed for research, and CHARM-EU is very active in these. We were chairing from the beginning the one on governance, and we also take a lead in the research. Cooperation of alliances, and also at such events like this conference, we put a very strong emphasis on inviting alliances, and on the other hand to go wherever we can when we are kindly invited by other alliances to exchange views. But of course, these first 3 years were only enough to, hopefully were enough to tackle most of the joint challenges. But it is a task of the next 4 and who knows how many years to find common solutions. And I think it is crucial that, because now the alliances are doing very different things. So each of them will have solutions for diverse problems. And after a while, when all the alliances start doing more things, there will be more and more overlaps. And hopefully after a while, the solutions developed by some of them will be used by some others when they meet the same problems. Because, for example, now we were the only alliance in a certain period that we were the only alliance struggling with the international accreditation of a brand new master's program. Some alliances were doing some joint teaching, but not the same kind. But after a while, there must be many alliances creating joint master programs, and then CHARM-EU can help with experience on the European approach, the accreditation, and all the procedures. So I think, to put it simply, the most important is to be in very close contact to avoid parallel operation, so that nobody does the same thing in a bit different way because they are not aware that it has already been done by someone. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taco. Any of the other panelists would like to add something on that role of the alliances for this European research area? Please, go ahead, Mr. Arjus.
I think that we're referring to what Ferenc was talking about, these subgroups which work on legal entity, European degree. That's a really important part. I'm really glad that the European Committee wants us to collaborate, so they support this collaboration. But there are also other organizations outside the alliances. And for example, in the subgroup on digitalization and IT infrastructure, we work together with the alliances in the subgroup, but we have also the NRENs, the IT organizations within our nations that are public organizations on the IT, and we need to collaborate with them as well, because they can support us on the, with IT experts. And of course we have them also within our universities, but that's more on the side of research and education, and not on the side of supporting this infrastructure. So therefore I think that a collaboration with them should be important. And all the alliances are organizing conferences like we have today. And we are now with 44. So we have 44 annual conferences. And I would like the European Committee to organize a conference for all European alliances together, so that we can learn from each other, that we can share our results. And they started to organize this some sort of conference, and that was a summit last year, but that was only open for a very small group. So I would think that it is really important to build this community of European universities initiatives in Europe, that there also is one time a year or once in 2 years a real large conference where all the alliances comes together, and not only the top ones but much broader.
Thank you very much, Professor Arjus, for this invitation to the European Union to organize this summit in a even wider and opener terms. I don't know, Mr. Carmody, whether you would like to add anything on that. It's fine. Nuria?
Yes, I would like to add something here, because I think that if we aim to the challenges that our world and our societies are facing nowadays, we need to go a step forward. And we need to open to also non-European alliances. And I think that this is a next step, that if we really want to address at global level and in a sustainable way the challenges we are facing, we need to work with University Alliance from other regions in the world, and especially from the Global South, where I think that academic collaboration is most needed.
Thank you, Nuria. Mr. Soufra, you would like to add?
Yeah. Maybe I'm too naive, or I'm not at all trained in politics, so that's the reason why I will probably say crazy things. But I think that in my mind, alliances, if you can maybe multiply the links and the way, as Jan said, to gather in the same place and sharing vision between alliances, it's also a way to have a kind of political power to change and to push the European policy in the way we want to be pushed, as with the priorities, as Nuria said, for example. Because the differences in between states and alliances is that alliances are so diverse that they are representing more or less all the countries. And so there is no, they are not talking with the voice of the country. They already have made the path to the fact that they build together something which is transnational and goes far beyond their own little interest and national interest. So I think alliances of group of alliances, or the alliances in general, could be a way to push European policy. A very simple and concrete thing, for example, everybody say that university and research and education should not be spared, but it's not the case at the European level, because there is two different kind of way of getting money. So I think that alliances also should be a way to propose new things and huge transformation that can be accepted because they are transnational organizations.
Thank you very much. And I think actually that this provides me an easy way to move towards the third and last question, because I think that one of the main features that we can highlight among many others of this alliance and the alliance program is that it connects to key elements from the European Union, which is from one side academia as an institution that somehow moves beyond the traditional borders in terms of knowledge, frontiers, politics, and so on. And also the fact that this happens within the umbrella of the European Union, which, as some political scientists like to call, is the guardian of the future, because it's not so committed to short-term interests and party conflicts and so on. And therefore I was wondering, and this is, I know it will be a challenging question, but I hope you will manage to answer, how you foresee, how you imagine this European higher education area coming from these alliance programs in 2030, 2035. Where are we going towards? And now I will actually ask Professor Carmody for the answer.
Thank you. I suppose we all know what the future vision is through the Sustainable Development Goals and the European Green Deal. So in a sense, we have the vision there for us, and it's now more about the operation, the mechanics, the resourcing, the planning, the implementation. So I think I suppose on the one hand we have a clear vision. On the other hand, CHARM and the European Universities Initiatives are by design experimental. And we're learning from what works and what fails. And that's a good kind of approach to design things, I think, because you learn if something isn't working, it's okay, and you can get rid of it. You don't have to stick with it, you know. So what I hope is that we will have obviously a kind of sustainable future, sustainable education. We're foregrounding sustainability in what we're doing currently. I mean, that's a core focus for CHARM. And I think that will continue in the next phase of the project as well. But I'm also looking forward to seeing what other ideas we come up with, what other experiments, what the students come up with. I mean, we're long-serving, most of us academics, trained in our disciplinary silos. And what we're doing is we're building something new, which will hopefully generate new ways of thinking, new ways of doing things, and that will enable us to think differently about what we do and what we might do in the future as well with our students.
Thank you very much for this encouraging answer, honestly. Nuria, if you would like to follow with this ambitious question, I know.
Yeah, I think that it's really very exciting to look at the future. And as you said, we are contributing to create an education, research, innovation, translation space. And what I would like to see and to feel, starting by myself, that I am part of the University of Barcelona, but I am also part of CHARM and every one of the universities that are part of CHARM. And I am part of this big community of European universities, and that today I can work here and teach in the classroom next to this room, but tomorrow I can be in Trinity or in Montpellier, and I can start a project with anyone of the members of those universities and interact with the students in those all universities. And something very important to me, and I think to our communities, is that we are working in an environment where equity, diversity, and inclusiveness are the main drivers. So this is what I would like to see in the coming years.
Thank you very much, Nuri. I guess that's part of the European dream in a way, so I hope we are going towards that. Professor Harus?
I hope that we will learn from the charm approach of getting change done, and that we not stick with the current new concept, that we keep on going with this innovation. Because if we look back in the last 100, 200 years of our education is quite traditional, and we did not have a lot of change. And hopefully we can organize a sustainable change that lasts, and sustainable innovation. And I expect that we are going towards a multiversity instead of a university. So we have our home university in Utrecht, but we have a collaboration with CHARM, but probably we have also other collaborations in research or in education. In Europe we have now 44 alliances. Maybe CHARM will collaborate with other alliances in the future, because we are very much connected with one alliance on digital education and in another alliance on sustainable development goals. I don't know. So that is what I foresee, much more a multiversity. Actually, also what Nuria mentioned, I can educate here and I can educate in Trinity College or whatever. So that's I foresee the future of our universities.
Thank you very much, Harus. I will suggest the rector calling Multiversity of Barcelona, because I found that very, very, very encouraging. So, Mr. Soufra, if you want to have your last word, please.
Yeah, if I want to dream a little bit, as it was already said by Podreg, we know where we have to go. But yeah, there is a lot of barriers to cross. But I believe that when we build the European University, we multiply the occasion for the people to compare their practices, to share the good one, and I think I see the alliances as a huge accelerator of change, a very big catalyzer of change. So I think that mathematically, by sharing the practices we have, by mixing the culture, we will take the best, and by the force of conviction, we will will succeed in moving. I think that when you face change, you have to the main motor for accepting change is the fact that you see that your friend, your colleague in the next room is doing something different and is successful by doing that. And so if you don't go out of your faculty, out of your research lab, out of your university, you are not exposed to change. And I think that European University, by building a network in which you can, as a teacher, teach everywhere, see other practices, as a researcher, share resources, multiply, maybe join grants, and sharing student, PhD student, as a student, moving from one campus to another, as an innovator, trying to reach companies, trying to valorize your patent in other ecosystems. Doing that, you will see that everything is going well in other places, and you will be able to be not only accepting change, but maybe a driver of that change in your own institution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soufra. For the last word, Professor Taco.
Thank you very much. To add something that was not stressed in this round, but was mentioned in the previous session, I would like to mention the involvement of society to link the higher education sphere with society as much as possible, and possibly as directly as possible. So not just like working for society and delivering to society, but directly involving society. Because I think there are countries, as I think around the world, where there is a lack of trust in universities and the lack of awareness how universities are working towards a more sustainable future. And while doing so, I think it is also very important to make everyone aware of that as much as possible, of course, by showing results, basically not by convincing them, but by proving that we are doing it, what we say we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that listening these 5 great interventions, it is clear, of course, they are representatives of a wider group of people and colleagues intervening in the project, but it's pretty clear why the Charm EU Alliance has managed to reach this level of success. And I think that they have provided us some encouraging elements in order to ensure that the upcoming years are also years of mutual learning, peer learning, and shared success. Thank you very much. And now we will have the coffee break up until 12 o'clock, so please go ahead and enjoy the, well, cold morning, but still enjoyable. Thank you very much. If you may please sit so that we can begin. Yeah, we are about to begin with the last morning session. Sorry. Worse. Okay, so thank you very much for being here once again. Thank you to everyone here at the Aula Magna of the Universitat de Barcelona for this last session of the morning of the CharmU conference, annual conference. Thank you also to all the colleagues that are following the event through the internet, and I remind them that they have the speaker to test option to follow the conference through the Charm YouTube channel. Having said that, we are now going to proceed with a panel on one of the main topics that we have actually addressed on the previous session, which is the shared knowledge that we are building up among the different alliances promoted by the European Commission. And in this regard, it is my pleasure to announce that the first intervention will be by the Vice Rector for Internationalization at the Pompeu Fabra University, Professor Tony Luna, in representation of the Utopia Alliance that Pompeu Fabra University leads. Professor Luna, whenever you want, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank, first of all, the invitation for participating in this forum. I think the alliance strategy of the European Union has allowed us to interconnect with universities all over Europe in a way we haven't done before. And I like to say all the time that alliances are a sort of a marriage in which we are married with other universities, but it's not a really faithful marriage because we can go and do linkages with universities outside the Utopia or outside the city. And I think it's something it will be interesting how we are expanding the connections beyond what it was obvious and beyond our alliances. I'm here just to explain a little bit how Utopia, it's the alliance that Pompeu Fabra is together with another 9 universities in Europe, has dealt with over the last 3 years and what are the goals and objectives for the next 4 years. First of all, Utopia it was an alliance that didn't exist before, and that's a very important thing. The many alliances comes from previous type of connections of universities that they already worked together for a while. I know, for example, University of Barcelona did that, Universitat Autònoma of Barcelona, it's the same idea. In our case, it was a brand new type of alliances of universities who were being collaborated at different levels, but never as an alliance in itself. And one of the things they did from the very beginning is construct the trust among others, among the 6 initial universities, and very early, about 2 years ago, when it was still a year and a half in the process of the first project, we already incorporated 4 new universities, so we expanded to the number of 10. Obviously, one of the universities in our alliance is a British university, so that means that in the new project for the funding from the European Union, the University of Warwick, that is our British partner, it's only an associated partner within the project. But we wanted, from the very beginning, to be involved in any type of actions we do within the alliance. So I think one of the most important tasks that we've done over these 3-4 years is constructing these connections between the 10 universities from the very beginning. So we started with 6, and then we expanded to 4 more, and then we have had a lot of meetings in order to incorporate all these people together. This moment, in terms of numbers, we are around 300,000 students in total, over 139 faculties, more than 45,000 staff, and so on. For us, those figures are enormous. I'm sorry, I'm not doing this, yeah. It's my fault. Yeah, you can do it, yes. I was showing this map, so it's not a very important thing, I'm sorry. So that's the map with the universities, the original universities at the beginning. So there were University of Warwick, as I said, University Cergy Paris, University VUB of Brussels, Gothenburg, Ljubljana, and Pompeu Fabra. And they added 4 more, that was Ca' Foscari in Venice, Babeș Bolyai in Romania, Nova Lisboa, and one missing. Dresden in Germany. Okay, so at this moment for a university like us, if you can pass, the numbers are quite big figures. Pompeu Fabra is one of the smallest universities in the Spanish system. So going into these numbers makes us a little bit dizzy. But it's also very interesting to get to know the dimension in general of the project. So we can pass to the next one. Here you have the vision and the mission. It took a lot of time to do those things, and it's those things that academics love a lot to discuss about these topics. And I think if we go into the visions and missions of all the alliances are very similar. But I wanted to point out a particular topic that is the idea of connect communities, it's in the mission and the second part. We connect communities, and that's mainly the leitmotif of our alliance is this idea. So if you can pass to the next thing. So the idea, one of the main tasks of the alliance has been to connect among the 10, do the connections between the academics and the staff of all 10 universities, but also to connect with the academic environments and scientific environments of the communities that those universities, where those universities are placed. So there is a lot of connections with local governance and companies, NGOs, all type of activities that happens in the cities where the universities are placed. And that's been one of the main tasks in order to expand the actions of the Alliance beyond the walls of the university. So we can pass to the next one. The idea of the connecting communities, and I wanted to emphasize this because it's one of the ideas, the building blocks of this alliance, is to have a very bottom-up type of approach. As I said, there were 10 universities that we didn't know each other so well. So in order to construct that, they created this idea of the connected communities. And the idea is that connect people at different levels to collaborate in different areas. It could be in research, it could be in teaching, and it could be in any area that we want. And the idea is that we selected different topics, led by a faculty in one of the 10 universities, and that faculty connected with other people that are doing the same type of activities, either in teaching and research in that area. They created connected communities that they are very broad. So in some of those connected activities, you have undergrad students, you have master's students, PhD, postdocs, faculty, all collaborating together in different types of activities. And those activities could be from organizing a field trip within a course, and some people from the other university participating in that field trip, to most complex things, to organize a conference or organize research papers together, all sorts of things like that. So we have different types of communities and different types of speeds in the level of collaboration within these communities. If you can pass. Here's the map of the 30 communities that we have. As you can see from the topics, they cover all sorts of things from pure science to humanities, from engineering to health sciences. All sorts of things are being involved. And some of them are being extremely active, others have been very passive, and after a few years they are kind of fading off. So we are trying to incorporate as much people as possible. In the new phase that we are governing right now, we are trying to incorporate the 4 new partners in these in these learning communities, and maybe expand a little bit more on this. However, I should say that this bottom-up approach, it's quite clear that doesn't provide one of the goals we have at the end, that's to provide, creating a joint degrees altogether. And I think we have to, and that's one of the things that we wanted to expand in the future, is to have not only a bottom-up, but also top-down approach in which both things can combine, and we can start offering joint degrees at different levels. If we can pass to the next one. The other thing that's very important is that the funding from the European Alliance universities cover the main project. The first one was called Utopia 250. The second one is called Utopia More. However, we have been able to recruit other types of funding outside, and that's creating an issue of governance, because we have the management of the project that have a very clear goals and targets that has to be pursued and finalized in a particular moment, and other projects that are either by European funding, by national funding, or even by university funding that are also connected through the alliance. So we need two different areas: the management of the project, the main project, and the management of the alliance as itself. So the issue of governance has been another of the factors we have been working for a long time over these 3 years in order to organize those things. Here you have different projects that have been funded either by universities itself or by different fundings by the state level or European levels, from research, co-tutel of thesis, all sorts of things happens here. If you pass to the next slide, here you have all the programs we've been involved. Some of them are part of the project of the Utopia 250 project. Others are projects that have been funded by other sources. So they are creating a sort of constellation of projects that are around the idea of the alliance, making the governance extremely complex. That's why governance, and we go into the next slide, has been one of the main issues. We have created this idea of board of directors that is basically the presidents, the rectors of all 10 universities. I think the level of engagement of the rectors in this alliance has been quite high. They meet regularly, I think it's every 3 weeks, and they have a meeting every 3 weeks for 2 hours or 3 hours, it depends. And they discuss the policy issues within the alliance. Then we have the Alliance Management Board, that is where we have the vice presidents, the vice rectors, and the project coordinators of all 10 universities. Then there is a Quality Council, that is a mandate by the European Union. And then finally, we have a central office that is based with the Secretary General that is based in Brussels, connected to the BUB University. And institutional coordination groups. And then we have the external advisory board. So we have an external advisory board with stakeholders and business people from different relevant personalities of different parts of Europe. And then the faculty council and the student council that we wanted to incorporate and have given some advice how to move things around. You move to the next one. This is the alliance itself. And then we have all these different projects that they are being created that have to report to this alliance. So I'm trying to make this distinction because it's been, in terms of management, it's been really difficult. Because at some points there is money that comes directly from the university, there are money that comes directly from the European project of the alliances, parallel projects that happens there. So we have to make very clear how we manage all those things. There are a lot of communication between one another, but we need to have this centralized type of decision making with all those projects that are tied somehow to the alliance in itself. So we move to the next one. This is the next step of the alliance. We have organized the 2 areas. In one, obviously for us, the central topic is this idea of the connected communities, and that includes research and teaching, but also a staff collaboration. And then everything that is around tries to reinforce that central topic that is this green bubble in the middle. If you check the top line, here there are the ambitions for the next 10 years beyond the deadline of the project. So the idea of creating a Utopia College with all the offering in teaching, the Utopia Global Institute for all the activities in the research area, and then the Global Connected Communities, that is basically the building block or the glue that put all those things together. So that's our ambition for the next, beyond the deadline of the project. And as you can see, all the different work packages and all the different activities of the alliances are connected to promote this type of ideas. And then I think this is the final section. I don't know if I went too fast or I did, okay.
Thank you very much, Vice Rector.
He told me to say 20 minutes, and I did 20 minutes.
You were perfectly on time. Thank you very much. Now I have the honor to give the word to Professor Hakima Fashifiri, Project Officer, Head of the Local Office of the 4EU Plus Alliance. The floor is yours, Hakima.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hosting us and hosting this this wonderful event, allowing us to discuss and share our views and best practices, experiences. I'm happy to be here as actually the head of local office of our alliance, 4EU Plus Alliance, at Sorbonne University. Sorbonne University has actually been the project coordinator for the first phase, first pilot project on European universities. And as such, actually, we could really, along with the rest of the universities, member universities of our alliance, learn together, experiment together this pilot phase, and we learned really many lessons that we will be happy to share with you today. First of all, perhaps in a nutshell, who are we? What is 4EU Plus Alliance, for those who maybe are not too familiar with our alliance? So we are an alliance of today 7 partner universities. We were 6 actually until last summer, this summer, 2022, and we were joined by the University of Geneva a few months ago. And we are actually, all the members are comprehensive research, actually, or intensive research universities, sorry. And so it's really an alliance that has quite a significant history, because it was actually first created even before the project, the EUP project. That's also part of who we are. We are based, our alliance is based really on 4 flagships addressing 4 topics or thematics that are really transverse and quite multidisciplinary, going from health to Europeanness to IT and digital, and to sustainable development and environmental transitions. These flagships actually are at the core of what we do and of who we are. And this leads me to my next point, which is a major point to us. It's the bottom-up approach Anthony Luna was referring to as well. Of course, we all as alliances have in some way, it is very important for us to have the bottom-up approach as well as the top-down. This is something that we have in common, I guess. But our approach, in terms of bottom-up approach, if I can give you some how we define our bottom-up approach, I would say that it's really it's embodied in the, for instance, in the educational projects that are that were led and developed during the EUP project, during the 3 years of the EUP project. We had 2 calls, and in these 2 calls, one in 2020 and one in 2021, many educational projects could be created, developed, and successfully led and closed, finished, ended. We are in the evaluation process right now and the final reporting for these projects. And these projects really allowed us to see embodied the bottom-up approach, in the sense that actually the professors, the students are and the staff are fully engaged actually through that in our alliance. The professors are really, via the flagships, they have this capacity of proposing the topics and to propose their ideas. The students also are fully integrated into these projects in several disciplines, including the blended mobility. And as a result, this idea of Europeanness, which is very important to us, is also strengthened through these courses and modules, including in distance learning. And during the pandemic, as it happened to all of us, we could actually see the thriving of the shared courses, what we call shared courses. It's actually virtual mobility per se. We have this way to operate even after the pandemic. We still, of course, have this option for our students, enabling actually any student from any university in our alliance to take part and participate to any course on an online basis. And this really, we could notice how attractive this was to our students. EUP project also allowed us to learn how to work together through the work packages, etc. I mean, it was mentioned this morning, and we really have been learning how to work together and to know each other despite the different working cultures, etc. But that's one of our also lessons learned in a very positive way, despite the very diverse also pedagogical approaches in our universities, let alone the diversity of also of the calendars, the starting of semesters. They are really different. We have that kind of challenges. I'm sure we're not the only ones. So regarding EUP project, it ended actually end of October. So the coordination by Sorbonne took place during these three years, and it was really collective work actually. To coordinate, you know exactly what it relates to. It's a collective work, so it is a work we have we had, because the project ended, and we have now the new project Isabelle will be probably addressing as well, but it is a responsibility as a coordinator, but at the same time it is really a collective work. All the universities are fully engaged, were fully engaged, and now we are in the final reporting preparation process with a lot of also it's really the deadlines. You know how I mean, it's a timely work. So we're in the middle of that right now, and there's a lot to say. I really try to be as relevant as possible with regard to all that we can share with you actually, but I'm sure in the discussions we will come to that. Maybe to say also that although we talk a lot about projects and funded projects, etc., we all share, I think, this idea that we are also beyond the project. Our alliances are not projects, they are beyond the projects. So projects are absolutely key to us. We have been experiencing many challenges and many lessons learned, but this red thread that we have in our alliance, we want to value that and share it with you, is also this bottom-up approach I was referring to, which allows our communities, with absolutely no exception, to be fully engaged in building the step-by-step sustainability. So sustainability is what I just said before. It is definitely beyond the project. So I mentioned already student engagement. This is, I mean, we can talk maybe about student engagement in more details later if we have time, but our students are really fully engaged, not only in educational projects, but in other ways as well, through a student executive committee and other ways to get them involved, and the faculty engagement through the 4 flagships. And of course, also, and let's not forget about the non-academic staff who are actually very it's very important to us through capacity building initiatives and actions, or even the staff weeks that were organized here and there, and we try to also make this engagement be embodied concretely for the staff, non-academic staff as well. Well, minutes are flying. I had 10 minutes. I have no idea what. So maybe I will. I'm fine. Okay. So I said a lot already. I think that during this panel we will have more to exchange with you and share. So I will just give the floor right away to Isabelle Kratz, our Secretary General, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Akima, for this very exhaustive presentation of our project of the last 3 years. As Secretary General of 4U+, I will just add some points, some goals we try to achieve at the alliance level, because of course, as it was already said this morning, we consider 4U+, our European University, not as a project, but really as a long-term goal and achievement. We are convinced that we have the responsibility to build up the university of the future, a European university for our students, for our academic community. So beyond the European-funded project, we worked also at the alliance level, mainly implementing a governance model. So when I saw the slides of Ethiopia, I think we are very similar in our organization. So we set up our first governance model in 2020, quite early. Of course, it evolved the last 3 years. For example, we have this governing board with all our rectors, which met during the first 2.5 years 4 times a year, and now our rectors are meeting once per month. So, because we felt also the need of a higher involvement and the presence of our political governance level. We also founded a legal entity. So 4U+ is an association, a non-profit association under German law. So 1st of April 2021, we founded this legal entity, and meaning that we start to have some experience and learning also some lessons. And in our project, the project we started already on the 1st of November, the second Erasmus Plus frame project, we have a work package which is focused on improving the governance and the management of the alliance, including, of course, the issues of sustainability. Beside also this education-focused project, we have a SWAFS project as a Charm EU, so we are also trying to strengthen our research collaboration. As Charm EU, we consider ourselves as a comprehensive European university and a research university. So we have also ambition to progress or to improve our networking and collaboration on the field of research. We had also some initiative coming directly from some of our institutions. I'm thinking of the mini grants, for example, that 2 of our universities launched, so seed funding, which one of the constraints to apply for this mini grants was to involve at least three of our institutions in research projects based on educational activities. So also trying to make this link, which is so important for all our university between education and research. Hakima said it, I think one of the success story we can mention for the 3 last years is the fact that we learned to work together. We are 6, now 7 institutions in 4U+, 7 professional culture, historical culture, and I would say it's not mentioned, but all the, I would say not the effort, but it is difficult. I think we can say it. We are among friends. It's not easy to come together, and we have all our way of working, all our approach. to educational matters, so research matter, political matters, governance matters. And I think that really this is a success, that after 3 years, when we were starting our next project, so the One Core project, we had our kickoff meeting 1 month ago of this new project, and it was like obvious that, okay, we will work this way, we will go in this direction, we will get organized this way, and it's implicit. I mean, it's not a success we can really show. There is no impact, really obvious impact, that we can show off on. But this lessons learned, this lesson learned to work together is for me really a big success for all the alliance which are now continuing for the second project. And I was amazed to hear this morning that one of our goals in the next years should also be to improve the collaboration among alliance. So this means that we have spent 3 perhaps difficult years to learn to already within an alliance to work together. But this has been so successful that we are now already ready or thinking of strengthening this cooperation between alliances. And this is also, of course, one of our goals at 4U+. And we are, for example, we have submitted in a consortium of alliances, and together with, for example, CharmEU, this proposal to work on the European joint degree label. And so I hope that in the next year we will strengthen our collaboration among alliances, just to give one example. Getting to the, I would say, the challenges, most of it was already said this morning. As all the alliances, we are encountering barriers due to the national legislation and policies. So I do hope that our member states will continue to support the European University Initiative in the sense that they will accept, or they will be ready also to transform, to change, to evolve, and to change their regulation, because we are facing some walls that we are not able on our own to overcome if our member states are not helping and supporting this. We also need continuous funding support. It's, again, for me, a little bit, still a little bit surprising that we are expected to do so much with so less resources. This morning, Marichel was talking about the people involved and this increasing number of people involved. Behind all the achievements of our European University Alliances, there are people working, and of course, because of their enthusiasm, we achieved what we achieved, but we continue to need support to support this enthusiasm and to enrich, also to stuff up. I would say the teams who are working in all our universities to create, to move forward in this European University Initiative frame. So I think that at different levels, our stakeholders and our funding bodies should really integrate the fact that European universities should be identified as a stakeholder with specific needs also. We were asked, for example, to have 50% of mobility. This is not as easy to do as to say. So, for example, could it be possible to develop some Erasmus Plus mobility actions dedicated to European universities to achieve this goal? If we have to have the mobility of our 50%, meaning 150,000 students, even if there is new forms of mobility, hybrid, virtual, we need some help also to achieve this. On our side, for U+, so to be also a little bit self-critic, we know that during the 3 first years, we really had to focus to learn, to work together. Now it's time also to improve our, I would say, our collaboration with our associated partners, so private sector, international organization, and so on. So we, for the next project, perhaps we are not exactly in the same situation as Charm-EU, as going from the proof of concept to consolidating or to the project, because as Akima presented, we had another approach. So our, I would say, next step for us in our project One Core would be more to, I would say, organize and finalize some first steps done in our first project. So, for example, For You Plus has no joint master, For You Plus master. We have this educational project that we're funded, and now we want to go to the next step, meaning that out of them we want to develop some joint programs at all the level, bachelor, master, and of course doctoral programs. We want also to not improve, but make For You Plus really identified as a stakeholders on different fields covered by a university mission. I'm, for example, thinking of our academy, For You Plus Academy. We would like to compile and to develop our lifelong learning offer, and to have really a For You Plus offer through this For You Plus Academy. So at our level, and I would say at our stakeholder levels, our goal is now to consolidate and really make out of For You Plus a European university. Thank you.
I think Thank you very much, Hakima and Isabella, for this great presentation of the For You Plus program. Now we will have the pleasure to introduce Emily Palmer, Secretary General of the Una Europa project, who will be joining us online.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, perfectly well.
And I hope you can also see my presentation. Yes? Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm really sorry that I can't be there with you in Barcelona today, but I am delighted to be able to present to you, at least from here, about Una Europa. There are many commonalities, of course, with what the previous speakers have just said, which I will also touch on in the presentation today. So Una Europa is an alliance today of 11 large and leading research in universities from all corners of Europe. We started with 7 universities when we submitted our proposal for the first pilot call of Erasmus under the European Universities Initiative. And we have since been joined by the University of Helsinki. And then in this year, we were joined by 3 new universities, the University College Dublin, Leiden University, and the University of Zurich. Among these, so if you count across these universities, we actually have 500,000 students. And if you add to that the professional and academic staff communities, we're 600,000 strong. So a very large European university, which means, of course, that we have even broader challenges coming back to questions of mobility, like Isabel mentioned, and many other challenges. But we do believe that if we manage to build together some interesting formats, that this can have a larger impact on the European higher education area as a whole, but also in the world. And that's what we're committed to doing as Una Europa, to build a university of the future together. I think it's really important to come back to the point that was raised by other speakers on the balance between the bottom up and the top down. A successful university of the future needs to have that bottom up community driving it forward. So the academics, the professional staff, and most importantly, the students. So lots of instruments, incentives need to be in place to allow them to drive that forward. Having said that, the top-down part also is a very important element to provide direction, to provide structures. And of course, it's a very complex situation, bringing all these different cultures and together, universities, ways of working. And of course, the funding, as pointed out by many speakers, is coming from different places. Actually, the majority of the funding is held locally, which is where those decisions are made also. There may be other external funding opportunities coming in as well. Therefore, it's the role of any decision makers or the top-down kind of element to facilitate that activity in a very complex environment. But that top-down cannot decide or provide a rigid framework. So we have, in developing our University of the Future, also tried to find effective ways of governance to do this. And it is a learning by doing. We decided to create very early on in February 2019 a legal entity for Una Europa, knowing that Una Europa universities had ambitions beyond the first 3 years, beyond the first 5 million. So we have a not-for-profit legal entity based in Belgium, with a campus on the with the headquarters on the KU Leuven campus in Brussels. And there we anchor the governance of Una Europa, and we build strategies to attract external funding. Of course, there's the possibility also to hire common staff to work on behalf of the Alliance. What's really important as well when you come to the kind of top down and vision is that we really focus on where we're transforming. So of course there can be a tendency to work on everything that universities are doing already, but resources are limited, and we need to focus where we can make a difference. So not just replicating what can be done by single universities or maybe 2 universities working together, but really going beyond and working on territory where we haven't entered before. So it's really about focusing on this transformation and creating impact. For that, we need to work across all missions of the university, of course. So now I'd like to focus in, that's the framework of how we're set up, focus a little bit now on what we've achieved in the last years, and I will close with some messages at the end in preparing for the future. So similar to other alliances, we have developed focus areas of Una Europa. We started with 4. And now we currently have 6. These were very carefully selected by our universities, bringing together, on the one hand, areas of complementary strengths of our universities, but also looking where Europe needs leadership. And this actually brings together for each of these focus areas what we call self-steering committees, where academics are really in the driving seat for different projects that they want to work on in these areas. And these projects can be in the field of education, in the field of research, but of course very much the outreach kind of activities that universities are also engaged in. So let me focus in right now around the academics and putting them in the driving seat. We are looking to develop these self-steering committees, which have been running for the last 3 years, with new ones now developing. The next 4 years will be really how to transform them into interdisciplinary hubs for education and research. So the academics will be in the driving seat, both for developing projects, but also for developing the strategies to create these interdisciplinary hubs. We will have a particular focus on early career researchers because that's where we see that the networking adds the most value, and developing targeted instruments to incentivize that academic collaboration. In the last 3 years, we've tested, I think, 5 seed funding calls, which aim to initiate long-term collaborative activities between the different partner universities. We've also managed to attract some external funding for that seed funding initiative. And in the current round that will launch in January of next year, we will have seed funding projects with chairs attached, so actually fellows that will go from from different universities to work in another university and to help to formalize some of the work that's being done in the Una Europa focus areas. So it's one step in moving towards these interdisciplinary hubs for education and research. In the field of professional staff, I feel like I publicly need to say a huge thank you to the professional staff that have been building our university in the last 3 years. They have done a huge job in developing and establishing our flexible support services, which basically are coming to support the academics in their projects and to break down the different barriers that we have in collaborating together. They have worked tirelessly and haven't always been thanked as much as they should have for the work that they've done. And they will continue to work, of course, in supporting these academic projects. But to say a thank you to them, we would like to build on some of the initiatives that have been quite ad hoc in the last years. So for instance, Staff Week, like mentioned by the colleague from 4EU+, and we also have a job shadowing scheme called Live My Life. We would like to move beyond those ad hoc to really creating a framework for supporting professional staff and empowering them. That's the plan in the next 4 years. When it comes to students, of course, this has been a very interesting area to engage students in. On the international level, that's a lot of interest. And so we've developed them, of course, in our different course offerings. There have been some kind of short formats that we've worked on, like Una Challenges, which allowed our students to come together to work on challenges in an international or multicultural team. We've carried out 3. But the last one in particular was focusing on the topic of ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion on campuses. We have had other short formats that we've worked on. For instance, our summer school in One Health this year in Edinburgh. And of course, we have our first cohort of bachelor students for the joint bachelor in European Studies, which I will talk about a bit later on. We have engaged students, particularly in a task force around Affordably Abroad, which is looking at tackling obstacles to student mobility. And this can be obstacles to inclusion, but also obstacles from a sustainability point of view. And together with the students, we have developed a student guide as well. And they have also worked worked on an annual student congress, the first one which was completely online, the second one which was kind of hybrid, and the third one which took place in October, which was fully bringing the students together in person. Moving forward, we'd like to go from these kind of different small format approach to becoming more holistic in approach in empowering students in the same way that we want to empower our staff. And we have a full work package dedicated to that. We also want to make sure that our student board is really impactful in our governance of the Alliance. So really working much more closely with our board of directors, for instance. Moving on to a couple of more concrete outputs that we've achieved in terms of content. We're really quite happy to have developed some joint innovative formats for mobility. What's interesting and what's at the heart of Una Europa, of course, is that we want to make sure that the formats we develop together can have impact beyond our alliance. So a bit like the 4EU Plus Alliance, we have the challenge of having 500,000 students, 500,000. I don't think it's ever in our mind to have 250,000 students circulating among these 11 campuses. This is just not feasible nor desirable. But however, we have built up formats which can be taken up by our universities with other international partners and for other alliances and universities across the world to take up. And this, we believe, has a much more impactful possibility. Already we are working with African universities on our formats. We've developed an interactive platform on our website to share these formats, and you can go much more into detail for mobility professionals to look into our different formats and how they can be implemented in different kind of settings, so to speak. On the educational side, we're very proud to have developed the very first joint bachelor in Europe, and we recruited our first students in September of this year. This is a multidisciplinary and multilingual program developed by 8 universities, and we hope to have the other 3 joining very soon. We're also in the process of developing a joint bachelor in the field of sustainability, which we hope to put on the market in the years to come. This has really provided an excellent basis for feeding into the policy at European level on European degree. And we're really excited and hopeful to work particularly with the Charm EU Alliance, but also 4EU Plus in the future on this topic, because we have a lot of ideas and visions in common. In the field of doctoral education, we have developed a joint doctoral program in cultural heritage, which goes beyond previous tested models. The first cohort started in February of this year, and we're currently recruiting the second cohort. We're offering a broad range of activities to those PhD students beyond the co-tutelle, also masterclasses, workshops, this kind of thing. And we have a commitment to work to a true joint doctorate in the future once the national legislation moves more in favor of that. I think it's important to say that we have developed as well a number of flexible learning pathways. We have developed 9 unique pilot programs in total, which include our joint bachelor and joint doctorate, but we've also developed, for instance, a micro-credential program in sustainability in August, a joint MOOC in artificial intelligence and society, which was launched in June. And we have a couple of lifelong learning certificates also in sustainability and data science, not to mention, of course, the One Health summer school that we have also done. So we've worked on a number of different formats, but it means that we can work on these formats in the future as well in other topics and with other partners. So this has been always at the heart of what we do as Una Europa. In the field of research, we've been really quite happy and already with the collaborations between our partners and how that's led to external funding and further collaborations with other partners on the EU level. We were lucky to be part of the successful consortium that bidded to EIT Culture and Creativity. So Una Europa is a core partner in this multi-million 15-year project, which aims to transform the cultural and creative sectors and industries across Europe. I believe we were the only alliance selected also to be part of the Archie project, which is about developing R&I roadmap for cultural heritage, and we're working together with a number of national ministries to develop that. And we've worked on a number of other projects as well, for instance, to support professional staff or to see how we can better share research infrastructures. The field of One Health has been, revolutionary in a way. It was very bottom up from our academic community, saying we want this to be one of our focus areas. It immediately got taken up because it fell at the very moment of the COVID crisis falling upon us. So a global and holistic view over health became absolutely evident. And the academics are already collaborating with partners in Africa. And we've seen that, while some of our institutions have already strong One Health research units, other universities have had health in different parts of the university, but Una Europa has helped them then to integrate this and to actually have impact at institutional level to look at health in a more holistic way. And already this group of academics are starting to bring in funding for external projects, including this Panacea project, which is in the field of One Health and funded by the Erasmus program. The next year is going to be very exciting for Una Europa. That's stemming also from our SWOFs project, because we aim really to launch our research and innovation strategy. This builds on our vision to create a common ecosystem for research and innovation, and is built on a number of mappings and joint strategy development in fields like research infrastructures and strengthening human capital. So more to come on that front next year, but that will create a real framework for us to move forward. And our project, follow-up project, Una Futura, which is funded under the Erasmus scheme, will take that on. So we have decided to take a holistic approach under Una Futura, not just focusing on education, but also research. And that leads me to my final slide, which is on the topic of looking to the future. So I think, agreeing with what many of the speakers have said, the bottom-up part of our university is the most important to foresee the sustainability. So we really need to focus on empowering our community of academics, professional staff and students, and European instruments should foster that as much as possible to provide opportunities for them to collaborate and to move forward. A holistic view on European universities is really important. So not just looking at the education side or just looking at the research and innovation side, but bringing all of that together, because that's where universities have impact. And a targeted funding instrument is required in the future, that's covering all these elements of the university. And of course, it needs to be competitive in nature, geared towards the principles of quality, excellence and impact, in order to show the potential that these European universities have in raising the overall competitiveness of the European higher education area across the globe. Finally, some reflections which are in relation to an exercise that the Commission is currently doing to capture the monitoring framework of the European Universities Initiative. The message that we would like to bring is to really focus on the innovative and transformation potential of European universities. It's really important to keep the vision that high and to look at the impact and progress on the European higher education area as a whole, rather than developing quantitative kind of indicators which are measuring individual universities in terms of number of mobility, number of courses and programs. We really need to create a narrative which is showing the broad transformational potential and also the achievements of these universities, to show the funders in the future, the member states who are co-investing, why this is important. And this requires, again, a multi-dimensional approach, which is looking across all elements of the university: education, research and innovation, and of course something that's flexible. I mean, if we had looked back 3 years ago when we were just kicking off, we had almost no idea that COVID was on our doorstep, the war in Ukraine, and this is transforming the way universities are collaborating. And we do not know, hopefully it won't be so dramatic in the next 4 years, but we just do not know what we will be confronted with. So any monitoring framework needs to remain sufficiently flexible to ensure that we can adapt to the rapidly changing world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General Emily Palmer. Now, to end with this panel on best practices and policy reforms, I invite Professor Raúl Ramos, Vice Rector of our University on Internationalization Policy, to provide some insights on the CHARM-EU project alliance. Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the speakers from the three alliances that have joined us today. I think that after the two initial sessions talking about CHARM, it was needed to get some fresh air and see that the kind of challenges and also the opportunities that alliances represent for us are similar. And from that perspective, I will come back to the initial words by my friend Tony at the end of my presentation. So I think that before I start into my presentation, I have to admit that I feel a lot of pressure of being here today. First, because being the last before lunch, it's always responsibility. But more seriously, the second reason is that there is very few things to add from what my colleagues have already said this morning. In fact, if you want, you can take my insights on how I see the progress that we have to do with CHARM as a sum up of what we have already seen this morning, as an introduction to the 5 breakout sessions that we are going to have in the afternoon. In fact, the best practices that I can explain about how we have progressed on CHARM has to do more to the connections with people and between people or connections between institutions. At the end, if we are here today and we have achieved so far progress in these 3 initial years, it's because we have been able to work together. But it's people who have worked together, of course, representing the institutions, and the alignment between our rectoral teams has been very good. But at the end, it's also the perfect timing to say thank you to all of you that have been involved in this project. Otherwise, this has not been possible. I think this was also present in the previous presentations when they say that the success was also in a way of how to learn to work together. And I think that we can be proud of how we do it. We can move to the next slide. Thank you. So if we can move to the next, please. So in this diagram, we can see the values, the core values of CHARM. I would like just to organize my presentation in grouping some of these core values into very few specific actions, because otherwise the moderator will not give me additional time. But before that, let me just remember that the future of CHARM was itself innovative from most of our universities, which is the idea of being challenge-driven. Being challenge-driven has represented, at least from the University of Barcelona, and I think that from other members who can also say the same, a different view for academics of seeing what we do. We are used to do research based on this idea. We want to solve a question, we want to contribute in a specific focus, but moving the link between research to education was not easy, and I think that we have progressed so far during these 3 years. This is going to be the topic of one session in the afternoon, so I don't want to extend on that, but I think that it's good to recognize that we have been also successful in this part. And remember that a part of being ambitious in the way of creating an European university in the future, also an objective of this program is to transform our own universities internally. And I think that here we have still a lot, I mean, the road is still there to go, but we have progressed a lot. Let's move to the second slide, please. So just something that I would like to highlight, and I will not devote a lot of time on that because it has been already said in our previous, by interventions of our previous alliances. Putting the student in the center was also a challenge. And I think that from CHARM, we have learned that this is also a very effective way of knowing how we can take into account their voice in our governance model. I will also come back to that. But also to learn what is interesting from the youth, what is how they see the world, what are the challenges that they would like to work. And from that perspective, I think that the proof that we have been really coherent on that is that in our initial session we have a student and we have also some students here. So I think that for us this has been also a very good way to progress, and also to link it with the capacity of our alliance to become intercultural, to become diverse. And here we also have a breakout session this afternoon where we could talk about inclusivity. But I think that we have learned at the University of Barcelona a lot from the progress that we have done. Let's go to the next, please. So, of course, and also our colleague Isabel was mentioning to that, we can say that perhaps the most innovative action or the action that has been more successful internally and externally is the creation of the Mastering Global Challenges for Sustainability. As Isabel was saying before, moving from the proof of concept to consolidating it is now our challenge for the future, and also exporting this model in a similar way. It also appeared in the previous presentations that the pandemics, of course, had an impact. I mean, it was not easy to imagine how this master could be implemented in a period where we were, I mean, at home during several months, and then we have a lot of restrictions, but we succeeded in doing that. And I think that the connection with the stakeholders, and particularly in the capstone phase, is something that could be also highlighted as a best practice, and also Hugo in the initial session this morning also highlighted. I think that this has worked very well. Of course, there are things to improve, but I think that we can be very proud of that. Of course, innovation, both in the educational perspective and how we use technology, is also something that I would like to highlight very briefly. But again, moving to, let's say, virtual teaching, to face-to-face teaching, but something in the middle, this hybrid model, has been very well designed, and congratulations also to the team that has worked on that. I think that this model is now being consolidated, and also each of universities is learning of that model to imagine new programs. Virtual exchanges and blended intensive programs are also there, and we are working together in that possibility. But it's important to recognize that this goal of having 50% of our students doing mobility, as you were saying, is something that we will require much more effort from our side as alliances and as universities. But the tools are there, and we need to identify the pros and cons in order to see how we are going to use them in the future. Next, please. Governance has also been part of the discussions and the work that we have taken very seriously in these 3 years, as the other alliances have already become. I would like only to highlight 2 things. The first is the fact that this model is not hierarchical. I mean, here we have talked about this bottom-up approach, and this is also behind our model. And perhaps the most, successful initiative in this context is the creation of what we have labeled as knowledge creation teams. Knowledge creation teams is like the cell that will reproduce and help us become a pluricellular organism at some point. So being able to tackle different projects, educational, research, and to increase our impact. The success of this formula is that they are really interdisciplinary. They involve not only academics, but also non-academics. They involve stakeholders from several origins and with several interests. And I'm sure that this afternoon you will learn more about that, so I'm not going to extend. But also in the SWAF project that we have, the Torch project, this has been also a very important or a key aspect in order to implement or participatory research strategy. So I think that this can also be presented as a best practice from that period. And the second one is what we have called thematic offices. And here I would like also to thank all the people working behind the Joint Virtual Administrative Office, but also the Joint Virtual Information and Technologies Office. So I think that these two offices represent this challenge of how we can work together, coming from very different institutional cultures, and with, let's say, very clear focus, and also the issue that we also mentioned before, the issue of funding coming from different sources and different way of organizing work. So I think that these two elements have been clearly innovative in our institutions, and again I think that they will grow in the future as the project and also our alliances increase its activity. Next, please. And let me finish with the idea of transparency. I think that is one of our core values. We want to be transparent from outside our alliance. The development of the CHARM-EU toolkit was there from minute zero. The idea is that all the materials, all the documents that we are producing during the process are available in our website. This is something that can be very helpful, not only for those universities that are considering some kind of mutual collaboration, but also as a way of exchanging our experience with the other alliances. We have told that we face similar problems, similar challenges, and we have experimented different solutions, and the results are there. And the second thing, next please, is that we want to be transparent internally. All our policies, all our regulations are also in our website. They follow very clear procedures based on all the knowledge accumulated by our quality agencies. Of course, this process has been led by Trinity College, Dublin, and I would like also to thank Roisin, particularly from her leading capacity and how she has pushed us during these 3 years. But I think that this is also very important. Of course, all our universities also have this kind of policies or those kinds of regulations, but the point here is that once these policies are approved and are on the website, we are obliged to follow them. And this is not always easy. And I think that this is also a best practice that I strongly encourage for the rest of alliances. We can come to the next, and this is my last slide. So my friend Tony was saying that we are married, but we sometimes want to explore something new, not because we are worried, but because we can learn new things that we can then come back home. And this is a very important aspect of how we have worked with the other alliances during this process. There are two informal, let's say, alliances, for EU1 and for EU2, that involve the joint work of these 41 first alliances. Now there is another call coming in January where probably we'll have more alliances. In fact, we have had some new ones in these current calls. And we are very proud of how this group that was intended to be a lobby or something similar to a lobby in front of the European Commission has become something else, has become a place where we can exchange our worries, where we can work together, where we can talk honestly and frankly, as Isabel was saying before, and where we can learn from the experiences of the others. So I would like again to thank our colleagues from being here today and thank all of you for your patience. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the five of you, because this has been an amazing overview of some of the key alliances of the program. Now it was expected myself to make some questions to the speakers, but considering that in 10 minutes we are all desiring to go for lunch, I think that it's better that I straightly provide the audience the opportunity to make questions to our great panelists. So now the floor is yours, indeed. you can raise the hand. I mean, I'm used with my students that this happens, I hope. Or even between the panelists, you are also... Oh, go ahead. Nicole, over there.
Hello. Thank you. So my name is Amel Koba. I'm the student vice president of the University of Montpellier, and I was very intriguing by something that you say, Emily Palmer, I think, from Una Europa. You said that you have a work package, which it's empowering students, I think, and I'm very curious about this work package. What it is exactly, what you did in your alliances to empowering students about something that is very complicated to understand when you are just a student for your university. Thank you.
Emily, were you capable of listening to the question? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me well? Good. Thank you for your question.
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you very much for your question. Well, as Una Europa, it considered really important to us that if the student... I'm sorry, there's an echo. Is it possible to cut it off like last time? Can you hear me when I speak? That's without the echo. No.
Emily, can you hear me? Emily?
I can hear you.
Okay, we don't hear you with echo. You can go ahead.
Then I will continue. Sorry for that. So it was considered very important for us as Una Europa that if the students are really to be in the driving seat, that they deserve a work package on their own. So this is led by the University of Helsinki, and they're going to analyze the whole student journey that's going through Una Europa from, the very first getting to know Una Europa, when they might first engage and how they engage further. So this is how we're looking to explore in the next 4 years together with students, and we will build a further toolkit to engage those students. So that's really important. And on the other hand, on the more alliance side, we're looking to empower the student voice much stronger as well into the governance of Una Europa. So in the previous period, we were really looking at a project approach because that's where the education part was funded through Erasmus. But if we really want to build a sustainable university of the future, we need to have the students' views at the level of our alliance and our strategy and our discussions there. And so we are working with the student board to prepare them for that and to make sure that their views are fed in at the highest level. And this is really important because students don't have so much time to be engaged in everything Una Europa. So we're trying to get them to focus at that highest level. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I think there is another word requested there. Okay.
Hi, everybody. Patricia Cook, Université de Montpellier. I have a question for everybody. What about multilingual approach? Because we plan to do, but of course we don't do yet. But it's also very important if we want to be inclusive, particularly with the stakeholders and the local stakeholders, to have this multilingual approach and maybe system in IT to have that. Do you have a project about that?
Thank you for your question. I would like just to say that for U+, Alliance is actually very much focused also towards multilingualism. So this is just something that we care a lot about, and we're very much aware. You seem to refer also to the challenges regarding this to implement. And for sure, we have, just like, I guess, many universities, I'm talking here from also the Sorbonne University experience internally, we have this discussion ongoing. Some of the professors are more easily or more likely willing to, for instance, teach provide teaching in different languages, such as English, for instance, while it's not as obvious for other professors, for a scope of reasons, I would say. So this is quite a challenge that we actually are addressing internally. I'm really talking here from the Sorbonne perspective as a member of 4E+ Alliance. But other than that, multilingualism is really a topic that it's an idea, and it's even a competency, it's a value, whatever you name it, but it's absolutely key for our alliance. And we have to stay, to not only address the challenges, but also to address the positive outcomes and what is being achieved so far. We have, I think that, and Isabel, you can just, we all represent 4U+ here, and we collectively experience that multilingualism is also embodied in several ways in our alliance. And the students, and you mentioned earlier in your questions the role of students. Students are really definitely playing also a great role in conveying this idea, because of obvious reasons in the idea of Europeanness, etc. So it's all making sense to us to just keep going and overcoming our challenges regarding what you just addressed in your question regarding languages, of course. So that's 4U+.
Yeah, I would just add that 4U+ is finalizing its language policy, as other alliances have already done. And as Akima said, it's really one of our also assessment criteria of our courses. 4U+ has put in place a quality management system, so common to all the institutions of 4U+. And among the criteria that will be used to assess our courses, our 4U+ courses, there will be the multilingualism criteria. But I think, and yeah, I mean, multilingualism is should be like a implicit component of all our courses. But your question is raising some difficult issue, because it's il y a le discours, and then there is a reality, and so we are really improving also our language courses, meaning that for all the students who are going on mobility within 4U+, we try to prepare their mobility through language courses, so that when they arrive, even if it's virtual mobility, in another institution of 4U+, they will have had the opportunity to have some language course before. But it's not as easy as that, and we have to continue to work on this and to improve the fact that English should not be the only common multi-language language.
In our case, in Utopia, we are 10 universities, and we have 12 official languages in the universities in total. There are several universities that are more than one language, like in Barcelona. And I think I should say that multilingualism is part of a European identity, and that's something we don't have to forget about it. We are multilingual. We are here from different countries, we speak different languages, and every time there is a meeting with Europeans, you end up with a headache because you end up talking in 3 or 4 languages at the same time. What we are trying to do is the same thing. I think we're going in the same directions to implement that not everything has to be in English. And then there's another thing that's very important in terms of policy. There are several countries in Europe that they cannot teach in English or in another language that is not the official language of the country at the bachelor's level. So that creates a barrier. And then we are trying to explore different possibilities. One of them is that students can take the course in whatever languages is offered, but they can answer and do the papers in whatever language they feel comfortable with, if it's the teacher who is able to do it. That's what we do in Catalonia for a long time. So we're doing the teaching in Catalan, but the students can respond in Spanish, for example, there will be no problem. So we're trying to do those things. Obviously, for us, it's easier when we work on the Romance language space because they are much closer, so we can work very easily with Italians and Portuguese and even the Romanians. But then it starts to be a little bit more difficult. We go into the German, the Swedish, or the Slovenian. But we're trying to do this. And then we have an excellent example among the universities we have in our program is Cluj, the University of Babeș-Bolyai in Cluj, in Romania. They teach in 3 languages. It's in Romanian, in German, and Romanian, German, and Hungarian. And I always think it's 3 languages from 3 completely different roots of languages. So it's really difficult, and they manage to do it. So we're trying to learn from that. But I think we have to bear in mind that multilingualism is part of this European identity. That's what differentiates us from the rest of the university systems around the world.
Professor Ramos, if you want to add a last word on this.
Very briefly, I think that as CHARM, we fully agree with what our colleagues have said. So for us, the issue is now how we progress into implementing a policy that can be agreed by all our members, taking into account these different barriers that we can face. No? But in any case, we are not going to deviate significantly from what has been already explained. Thank you.
Okay, so now we will close the panel. I once again thank to our colleagues from the other alliances and also to Professor Ramos for representing CHARM on this session. Now we have the best part of the program, of course, the lunch break, where you will have, of course, the opportunity to follow up with the Q&A. And just a couple of logistical comments. The first one, remember that, as I said before, this is an open building and so on and so forth. So please, if you have your staff, just be careful. And the second part, then at 2:25 you will be meeting at the meeting points that will be outside this room for going for the breakout sessions, which will be only in person. So those of you following the event hybridly or telematically, you may come back at 4:15 to the keynote session later on. And those of the breakout session on research and education, that will be taking place here at the Aula Magna. Thank you very much. Moltes gràcies i ens veiem ara.
Sorry, we found a mobile phone in the toilet. It's from someone from France, okay? And the winner is Patricia.
You took my hand, you showed me how, you promised me you'd be around. That's right. I took your words and I believed in everything you said to me.
A ver. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Bona tarda. Hola, bona tarda. You're so excited. This charm, excitement. Good afternoon to everyone. Hola, bona tarda. Well, on behalf of Ander, I apologize to you all because he cannot present this last conference, and it's going to be me, part of CharmU also, and a member of the University of Barcelona. Well, we are about to end this first session of the annual conference of the CharmU 2022, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce our last speaker, Daniel Inerarity, that will give us the talk and the closing conference entitled Shaping a New Relationship Between Science and People. To summarize his very extensive curriculum, I'd like to highlight that he is full professor on research at Iker Basque, which is the Basque Agency of Research. He's director of the chair on Artificial Intelligence and Democracy at the European University Institute School of Transnational Governance in Florence. And furthermore, he has been recently awarded the Spanish National Prize on Research in Humanities this 2022, and from here we want to congratulate you. As we know, it's been an award of roughly this last two months ago. I'm fully convinced that this conference is going to be very fresh and very inspiring for all us because of his knowledge for sure, but because he's not part of any European University Alliance. He's not part in any sense as a staff, as a teacher, as a steering committee, so he's not sick of European universities as we all are. And I think that's going to be very, very interesting for all of us. Dr. Inerarity, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. Buona tarde a totes y a tots. Good afternoon, everybody. I am going to talk about the new relationship between science and society based on the following outline, which is reflected in my second slide. The relationship between science and society has suffered profound transformations. These changes could be summed up by considering the weakening of the classical delimitations that guided traditional science. A whole set of circumstances is making us redefine the difference between facts and values, between experts and lay people, between knowledge and no knowledge. I'm going to examine this new situation of the relationship between science and society, beginning with some of these distinctions, namely, first, the distinction between the laboratory and the exterior world. Secondly, the distinction between science and other social systems, which led in the past to the establishment of classic scientific autonomy. Third, the distinction between scientists and everyone else, or between experts and non-experts, and finally, the distinction between scientific truth and public opinion. Let's start with the first distinction. Some years back, a series of themes and problems that were unusual for the political agenda began appearing on the public stage: nature conservation, food security, pandemics, the global climate, pollution, health in general. These issues all reveal the increasing frequency with which society confronts the concerns, risks, and possible consequences of scientific knowledge and its technological implementation. What is unusual about these problems is that they ignore the divide between laboratories and the rest of the world. We are immersed in collective experiments that reject the relatively traditional unmanageable limits of the lab. These social experiments are not performed inside a lab, and they lack established rules. Traditionally, science has tried to avoid external interference as much as possible and detach itself from particular context. Many scientific techniques used to involve specific isolation. You can see this in the traditional idea of the laboratory. Traditional scientists worked with models and simulations that could be repeated, proved, and certified. It was possible to experiment first on animals, materials, or software. Knowledge was produced at a concrete, specific location with scientific controls, and from there it expanded once sufficient time and other requirements have been met to the rest of the world. The classic experiment based its success on the possibility of reducing and simplifying nature to a size that could be controlled in the laboratory. The practical application of knowledge obtained in this fashion was better when the conditions of the world more closely approach the reductions and simplifications that could be controlled inside the lab. Until the moment of its application, science was a private affair. The scientist's responsibility was relatively easily definable as long as there were a clear distinction between research and application. These two areas currently overlap to an extent that requires a reconsideration of our traditional way of thinking. The separation between basic research and technical application is no longer valid. Nowadays, knowledge is increasingly produced, I highlight this word, produced, in the context of application. The distance between our theoretical knowledge and its possible practical applications decreases, and the uncertain consequences of its possibilities increase. When the amount of time between theoretical innovation and technical application is shortened, in some fields this gap is almost non-existent, the relationship between research and practice become closer. Scientists are thus forced to anticipate the way their research can be applied. Science is now under greater pressure to justify itself because the determination of risks can't only be proven through practice. The experiment and its practical application tend to go hand in hand. When we talk about nuclear energy, the financial configuration of the world, genetically modified organisms, or the use of certain chemical substances, we can barely separate the methodically controlled production of scientific knowledge and its application in open and ecological contexts. To the extent that society and nature becomes laboratories, scientific autonomy is a principle that needs new legitimation. While the laboratory works in a smaller model, current collective experiments are carried out on the original scale, so to speak. We become concerned as we contemplate the complications of using the entire planet as our laboratory. Experiments are done on a one-to-one scale in real time, with no possibility of repeating or minimizing the experiment or accumulating knowledge about the causes and consequences of our actions. There is no possible reduction of the collective experiment, nothing to replace it, which means it has to be carried out without sufficient certainty. Extending the laboratory in this way turns society into a general experiment. That's why it makes perfect sense to describe the knowledge society as a laboratory. This is also why scientific questions interest everyone now, generating concern and hope or requiring participation. These difficulties are best perceived in the problems of side effects. If there were no side effects, if processes were reversible, science could count on absolution for its failed experiments. These parameters were assumed when scientific autonomy and freedom of research were configured. But the scientific system is ever more conscious of the fact that it has to anticipate its effects on a world from which it is no longer comfortably separated by the boundaries of the experimental arena. Science must remain cognizant of issues it cannot fully resolve. That's why it must develop its own way of managing uncertainty. The decision whether or not to continue a scientific process is always made under uncertain assumptions. It is not possible, not even financially, to prove systematically and ex ante all the imaginable synergies that could lead to side effects. It seems as if we can only choose between decisions that are practically bind and a knowledge that comes so late that almost nothing can be changed. Current collective experiments cannot wait until absolute certainty is attained. This special concern or irritation these experiments produce is a result of their uncontrollable size, their lack of regulation, and the difficulties of backtracking. With these experiments, we cannot give ourselves time for a learning curve after we make mistakes, because these are not simply preposterous hypotheses or practical failures. They are potentially fatal errors from which society must be properly protected. The politics of knowledge cannot afford to act indifferently, limiting itself to a posteriori repairs. We can no longer put everything off for a later intervention. For these experiments that we make with ourselves, there are no protocols. Protocols would have to come from the mediation between science and the desires of society in the so-called hybrid forums, in which scientific and political controversies take place. Until now, we have lived in a clear, more or less clear distinction between science and politics. the comfortable distinction between people and things, between facts and values, between the two cultures, the science and humanities, has been broken. The most interesting part of it, of science, is now found in connecting political realities with science and technology. We can affirm that this is not the conclusion of this first section. We can affirm that the scientific fields where there are not too many exterior factors to keep in mind are less creative, while those that are more contextualized are more relevant. The second point, the science as a task of everyone. The process by which the idea of scientific autonomy was configured has been accompanied by a process that separates science from society. The value of autonomy corresponds with the fact of the differentiation of science. The sciences were formed at a certain distance from society. This situation has changed radically in a democracy of knowledge, which demands rethinking the relationships between science and society in the context of new realities and new responsibilities. What has recently made it necessary to come up with a new definition for the traditional relationship between science and society, as well as the classic version of scientific autonomy? Essentially, I would say there has been a complex process leading to a de-differentiation of science and a certain reintegration of science into society, basically in the heart of the corresponding social and political responsibilities. The growth of the social relevance of science has been accompanied by society's growing intervention in science, something that demands revising the traditional idea of self-regulation. Science is a social issue which influences and also depends on its social context. As an organization, it needs to be assigned resources. As a social institution, it requires legitimacy. We can now say that scientific class has lost the unlimited authority, the authority it originally enjoyed. For some time now, there have been a plethora of public controls over a social group that receives funding for an activity whose successes are often invisible and whose quality cannot be judged only internally. Self-regulating science is, alongside the myth of the self-regulating economic system, the latest scandal of democratic society. In fact, since the 19th, science social contract has been renegotiated. Social responsibility, the demand for accountability, public obligations are some of the concepts through which public institutional weight is given to controls, external assessment, or competitive rankings. Everything indicates that there is a demand for the democratization of expert knowledge. Debates about the conflicts attached to risks and similar conflicts have revealed that the influence science exercises over society has been considerably modified. With the technocratic theories of the 60s and 70s, the original assumption was that science would provide clear, singular direction for political and social action. Since then, it has been revealed that scientification is a more complex and tense process. It not only includes the influence of scientific knowledge on social relationships, but also the effects uncertainty and scientific knowledge have on society. Consciousness of this new knowledge constellation is what has made us move from a culture of scientific autonomy to a culture of accountability. Alongside all these processes, science has lost the monopoly of secure knowledge. Science cannot help but disappoint expectations of attaining trustworthy, certain knowledge that is free of risk. Other social systems end up compensating this type of social inaccuracy. Advances in science have expanded political territory to the extent that they have produced new demands for norms and regulations. The criteria to determine the quality and relevance of knowledge are no longer defined only by science, but also by those who apply knowledge. These criteria arise in the context of the application of knowledge, where social, political, and economic schools of thought are all powerful. The production, the diffusion, and application of knowledge is reflexive and carries social depths. It is regulated by a series of social compromises in the face of some modified legitimacy requirements, making knowledge an eminently political question. The increase in public controversies about scientific issues shows that the traditional model of science or ideology barely meets our needs. The fact that there is always a compromise to balance political and scientific criteria means that knowledge is no longer irrefutable as an instrument of legitimation. Our primary concerns must be identified and managed during the scientification of society and the corresponding socialization of science. Science, politics, and public opinion must find new and innovative paths to encourage science's social role and to manage the growing ignorance about science consequences in a productive, transparent, and democratically legitimated fashion. Our choice is not between controlling science as if they were an institution capable of doing so without destroying its innovative capacity. The third point is the distinction that is no longer what it was between experts and lay people. The public presence of scientific ideas nowadays does not mean that scientific competence no longer makes sense, but that the distinction between those who are on the inside and those on the outside of the scientific disciplines has been softened. Previously, when there were experiments in the traditional way, it was always under scientists' control, while everyone else was relegated to the role of a spectator of something they could not judge. But we no longer live in a time period when experts could talk about indisputable facts and use their knowledge to put an end to any controversy. In a knowledge society, people have more cognitive abilities. New organizations and interest groups appear and help weaken expert authority. What used to be an exoteric power of knowledge is now publicly debated, controlled, and regulated. The democratization of science does not mean abolishing the difference between experts and non-experts, but politicizing that difference. First off, the democratization of knowledge is tied to the fact that scientific authority is not indisputable. This is best seen in the value we assign to expert judgment, which is also submitted to democratic demands. I am not trying to formulate a political imperative, but to assert a verifiable fact. The government, opposition parties, protest movements, all have their own experts, and different experts have, of course, different opinions. The legitimizing function of scientific knowledge has led to a paradoxical competition between experts. For this reason, we can say that the increase in knowledge in a given society does not necessarily mean greater consensus. Instead, it reinforces dissent by providing reasons and the means for argumentation. The consequence is that political decisions are not adopted as hoped in a more rational, obvious, and consensual fashion, but in the midst of more intense controversies with insufficient knowledge and greater consciousness of risks. The first condition for the democratization of expert knowledge is, and its social supervision consists of clearly establishing who is to be considered an expert, a question that can in no way be answered in advance. The closer a question, an issue, a problem gets to politics, the less important the distinction between layperson and expert. What we would then have is a type of extended peer communities, to wit, the circle of those who can and should evaluate the quality and usefulness of scientific knowledge for the resolution of certain problems is wider than the circle of experts in the corresponding field. Non-expert knowledge should be taken seriously in numerous situations. This doesn't mean that we should vote on the truth of scientific questions or that all opinions are equally valid, but that we would do well to listen to the non-experts, especially when expert authority is not always indisputable on every question, and we have seen that lay people sometimes know more than specialists, depending on the domain. There are plenty of examples of the democratization of expert knowledge or citizen involvement with scientific questions. Along the lines of democratization of expert knowledge, we could mention a willingness to facilitate access to knowledge, limits imposed on administrative secrecy, the right to know who is assessing specific public decisions, or how positions of relative scientific significance, such as professors, juries, expert commissions, are determined. The discourse of the knowledge society used to be focused on the production of knowledge and therefore on the experts, while the account of the risk society, by emphasizing those who suffer that risk, consumers, voters, citizens, situates the distinction between experts and non-experts on a secondary plane. Lay people lack specialized knowledge, but may be affected by the decision being made or have first-hand experience with the matter being addressed, which sometimes allows them to have a broader perspective than politicians and experts. In any case, and also for epistemological reasons, it is important that science not discredit outside irritations as if they revealed ignorance of hysteria, especially in those research fields that attract a lot of public attention. A sociologically sensitive epistemology should not waste the opportunities for reflection and justification in the contrast with non-experts and lay people. Demands for democratization and participation attempt to integrate the perspective on non-experts and those who are directly affected in order to put processes of collective learning in place. This cognitive politicization attempts to resolve the democratic contradiction suggested by a society of non-experts that is directed by an elitist group of experts. The objective of a democracy of knowledge is to treat everyone as citizens who bear equal responsibility for political decisions without negating their different degrees of competence. We are increasingly less able to use scientifically determinable facticity or the professional competence of experts to determine what knowledge and what normative criteria are relevant to resolve many of our principal controversies, because they themselves are subject to social controversies and negotiation. Participation is therefore important when decisions have to be made in the midst of great uncertainty and when experts' counsel is insufficient. All technical scientific innovation holds risks that stem from uncertainty and ignorance. And that's why the decision about whether a society wants to expose itself to those risks is a political decision in which normative considerations also intervene. This carries at least two consequences. First, non-cognitive arguments and criteria, such as social utility, opportunity, economic costs, or the consideration of other alternatives, can and should be involved in political decisions. Another consequence is that we are dealing with matters that need to be negotiated politically and are not predetermined by the objective criteria of experts. The political conclusions that are deduced from expert advice are very rarely irrefutable. Because of this, I sum up this point. Our biggest problem consists of how to carry out a social reintegration of science, when we know that the questions at stake are too important to leave in the hands of specialists. In a knowledge democratic society, there is an increase in the number of organizations that are intelligent and that cannot be limit themselves to being consumers, but rather producers of knowledge. That's why there is nothing strange about citizens having increasing aspirations to be heard and to participate in collective experiments. Finally, the last brief point, the relation between scientific truth and public opinion. If scientific knowledge can legitimize distinct positions and political decisions, then it is not easily to maintain the idea that knowledge describes a hard, objective, visible, and one-dimensional truth. Scientific knowledge cannot be as clearly separated from value judgments as the technocratic and decisionist model would have preferred. The relationship between knowledge and decision-making is more complex. It presents many questions about how it formulates problems, its trustworthiness, its range of interpretations, the number of answers it allows, and the relationship that knowledge has with social values and political interests. In other words, with its context of meaning. The final distinction we will need to retrace assumes that scientific truth and public opinion are two absolutely, or were two absolutely different things. In a democracy, the application of knowledge as a public affair, in other words, needs collective approval. Science has become a matter of public concern since the media observes and informs on it, discussing its ethical implications or the risks of research. The media is a social institution that intervenes in the configuration of knowledge and its collective legitimacy. Of course, the means of communication, like any other social system, have a unilateral view of reality, which must be balanced with other points of view. But its role has acquired an importance explained by the very development of democratic societies. The relationship between science and the public opinion should not be understood as the traditional popularity of some forms of knowledge understood hierarchically. According to that model, the scientific system produced truths that were revealed to public opinion, generally in a simplified and popularized form. The Enlightenment model was still being influenced by the pre-democratic forms of public opinion. The public was generally passive and undifferentiated, and able to judge the knowledge it received. The communicative process only ran in one direction. Because of this asymmetry, mediation was not given any specific function. Allowing the people to return to science means something more than providing them with a closer, more human or more communicative image, even when that is very, very important. In contrast to the elitist vision of science, we have begun accepting the idea that knowledge is everybody's business, a task that is supported not only by scientists in the strict sense, but also by every citizen. Little by little, we have begun recognizing the ability of all human beings to participate in research, inventing and doing science, or at least judging some of its conclusions. This is the context in which the current mediatization of science should be considered. Science focus on the means of communication or scientific culture or diffusion of knowledge has increased considerably because of the importance that the media and the public opinion has acquired in shaping public consciousness, political opinion, and in the end, world perception. There is also the fact that there is a large competition both within the sciences and between the sciences and other social systems for scarce resources and public attention. In the space between science and politics, the media have the task of transmitting themes that confer legitimacy. The means of communication can no longer simply be faithful transmitters of scientific knowledge or of any other event. By their very nature, they tend to question science legitimacy, relevance, opportunity, and compatibility with other social demands. The means of communication have not replaced the criteria of validation for science, but they have complemented them with a particular perspective that a democratic society cannot do without. Finally, let me say, democracy nowadays demands a certain recuperation of sovereignty over natural things and processes under current complex conditions. It must try to resist the preconception that there is no alternative, in other words, politics, because the world is uncontested and is defined by privileged people. The German writer Hans Magnus Enzensberger, who recently died, claimed that our laboratories contain coup supporters, to wit, scientists who want absolute power and do not want to submit their decisions to the processes of public deliberation. The idea of scientific citizenship responds to this demand for participation with a reasoning that is very similar to the battle that was unleashed in the past against absolute monarchies. They want to stop being subjects or vassals and start co-defining the common world. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
For for drawing our attention into these different relationships between science, expertise, ourselves with everyone, to lay people and public opinion. We are a little bit ahead of the schedule, and I'm sure there's a lot of questions in the room. But unfortunately, I've been told that we don't have time, but you can for sure address them to Daniel on the contact email that you have from him. We are going to finalize this session, and we are going to close the online transmission. Giving thank you to all the attendants that have been attending to this session on YouTube, all the speakers and all the participants, and reminding to all of you that tomorrow we wait you at 9 p.m., 9 sharp, here for our second... I said p.m.? Oh, sorry. 9 a.m., sorry about that. 9 a.m. here, sharp. So we will continue in our second day of this annual conference of Charm.eu. And now for those that we are here in face-to-face, finally, we are going to have a cultural activity. And it's something that it's not been said in the program, but I'm sure you love it. It's a shame that it's raining. And I'm going to give the floor to Clara Montoya Garcia, which is around here. And they are part of the Castellers, la colla castellera arreplegats de la zona universitària. They will explain you what is the cultural activity, and they will take us to the lobby where it will be held. And this is where the cocktail will be also after this cultural activity. Thank you very much. Clara.
welcome to the second day on how the European Universities Initiative can support the European Green Deal.
It's my pleasure to present the first annual open forum of the Torch project.
The opening of this brand new academic year and the opening ceremony.